slow down, building my empire in this buzzing town, casting my vision on the silver screen, my funded life, a vivid sheen, my funded futures, light the way.
Good morning, traders. Welcome to MyFundedFutures and MyFundedTV. I am Terry Trades 100, and we have our expert traders, Bull, Barbie, and Nick Does Futures. Good morning, chat. How's your morning so far?
Chaotic, but we're making it work.
We're going with the flow. Nick, how's your morning?
It's good. That's good. Just getting accustomed to the time zone. Actually, I don't think I'm going to. So, just waking up at 4:30 here, which is like 7:30 Eastern time. So,
Oh, holy smokes!
yeah.
You're such a company man. I love
Company
it.
man.
Thanks.
Man.
Thanks for joining us on your vacation. Oh, Lou said, did Nick get kidnapped? Maybe by ICT. Wink,
So-
wink, Nick, if you need us to rescue you.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm still trying to code the algo, but come back later.
Who'd like to go first, Nick or Barbie this morning?
I'll go first.
Thanks, Nick.
Let's see here. Share my screen. Actually, I'm gonna drag you over here, Terry, so you can get out of my way. How about that? Okay, so start with the daily here. We kind of had that move that we were traced into. It's still hovering around that 1 hour gap from Tuesday. I'm sorry, from yesterday. From London, we came into it, and now I want to see us start to move away from it and target a lot of this low resistance liquidity right here on NQ and ES. So I want to start to see us move for this high. There's also a 4 hour gap in here as well. So I'll just pull these up. It's 1 hour gap, and there's also a 4 hour gap I'm watching. I really don't want to see ES get below 64.65. At worst case scenario, 64.57. And then starting to make a move towards these highs. So I feel like today we could get a good move. Mainly just going to be watching the 5 minute. We do also have some low hanging fruit we can target. Some relative equal highs here from Asia. So that's something I will look to target there. And then if you go to NQ, it's obviously the weaker one, right? But one thing that you can target is this previous week high from last week. That's something I will be looking to target. If we just, I feel like a lot of times when I do these and it just goes the other way, I just get hands off. But today I feel really confident about us going towards this high. And if we just go lower here, I honestly expect us to go to this previous day low, this Monday low down here too. Because there's nothing really holding us up in here in this area. So I'm gonna get my chat open here from for YouTube, so I can't see y'all's comments right now if there's another pair. But that's
They're saying you're all wrong. Just kidding.
Huh?
They're saying you're all wrong. But
Makes sense. It makes sense.
The trolls aren't awake yet. We're good.
They're saying they love you, Nick.
Okay,
they're saying,
I bet.
I love Nick. I love Nick.
No, that's not what we say if you love Nick. You gotta say ICT. ICT. But yeah, that's really what I'm watching. I want to see what happens. I want to see an explosive move to the upside from this area that we're currently trading inside of. There's no S&T at the lows right now or anything like that. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Targeting this high here and this high here. And I think the 64.96 high is the oh wait, no, that's not all-time high, but that's still enough to catch a trade in there. So looking for that. If we go lower, then I don't know. I'll just reevaluate. Let me see if I can find the chat here.
Thanks, Nick. Barbie, what are your thoughts?
Well, we're still kind of in that waiting mode, waiting for a few things like NVIDIA earnings tonight and then GDP tomorrow. So the bigger stuff starts later today. So with that in mind, all of this makes sense. This is what I was saying yesterday and the day before. When we have a big major move and then like we did on Friday, and then not a lot of reason to move for a few days, we tend to chop around inside of the major move, which is exactly what it's done. We could get some more of that today. I marked this off with a blue level just because I wanted to pay attention to this for a second, because I see something that's kind of a textbook example of what this is, kind of the old guard. This is not an ICT's playbook, but what's called a poor high. And the idea in auction theory is we put in the buyers bought all the way up to here, put in a big high. Now we keep testing that same area, and it kind of puts in this flat top. So when you see these flat tops, and every single time we test up against it, the reason they call this a poor high is because it's been poorly auctioned. It's been pressured. This is the idea from auction theory. The idea is this level has been pushed, buyers have pushed to it, but have not had the strength yet to push through it when you're in a market that's waiting for something like NVIDIA earnings and GDP. So what that ends up doing is in the near term, you end up kind of moving away from it, which we've done a couple times here. And then in a little bit more medium term, I guess, this ends up becoming a price magnet. So the way I look at this is I think we're pretty likely to come down and test inside of, this little pump that we had later yesterday. But as long as all of this holds, and really if 6460 holds, because we have kind of an obvious chop zone right here between 6460 and 6490 up there. So if it keeps chopping in this area, I think at some point it's going to get drawn back up to retest that high. If there's good news and it goes up there and tests that, it could certainly break through. So that's what I'm kind of looking at. This is one of my favorite levels that I'm going to be watching right there, is that 6490. So it'll be a good breakout point. It'll be a good rejection point if we're in lower volume probably, but it's going to be a good target if we can buy low. Other than that, I think everything kind of is kind of reiterating what we've been talking about earlier in the week, where the market will kind of be in waiting modes and then trending modes. Consolidation is kind of that waiting mode. So we're having a lot of that. We can still get a lot of action as day traders when we're consolidating and have these nice big ranges. So that's what I'm looking for. This is a 30-point range that I'm looking at here to play. So hopefully I can get something going there. If we end up breaking it, then we're going to be at all-time highs. And what is our all-time high right now? 65.0875. So we would be up in here, testing that all-time high. So that's a pretty decent idea if we can actually start breaking through. And then I've got the 65.15 to 20 up there as my next level. So some kind of bullish ideas. The other thing is, though, is that this is all assuming that 64.60 holds, where we either kind of go into a chop to bullish situation. If we're wrong, that's basically if these buyers are wrong, these buyers that keep trying to buy it up to here, I think we're going to know around 64.60 and really losing this area and finally targeting down here to 64.25. That's not really the setup that the market's showing is the favored one right now, but it's still a possibility. So that'll be kind of my warning, is if we can't hold the 64.60, or if we lose it and can't reclaim it real quickly, that the buyers may not be in control. So.
Thank you, Barbie. Chat, what are you guys thinking? Long or short today, or no trade? Type in L if you're thinking long. Type in short if you're thinking, or type in short. Type in S if you're thinking short. Did I say type in long? Okay. Yeah, let us know. Or N, no trade. Schlong. Jan said schlong. Good morning. Good morning, Jan. Good morning, Abhishek. Good morning, Denny, Magnus, MyFundedFutures. Oh, seeing a mix. Chap suey. Schlong. Sometimes I'm schlong. Yeah, NVIDIA earnings tonight. Are you guys going to trade it, like by trading the NASDAQ?
Yeah,
I can't because I'm busy, but you certainly could. So I have done that before. You certainly can. It's like playing data.
Nick, you're planning on trading it tonight?
No, absolutely not. What should I say? 4 p.m. 4:30 it comes out. Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
I think so.
aftermarket.
yeah. No, I don't do a whole lot of those earnings plays, but I like to wait and see what the market does after it happens.
Yeah.
Because especially in a week where it's kind of been a little choppy,
Mhm.
sometimes and you don't have a whole lot of news, that earnings can be that news. So that's one good thing about this.
It's just Nvidia,
Yeah,
just that old guy.
just a little guy.
Let's see here.
Cheater says tough call today. Yeah, it is tricky.
It is.
Is this like part of the squishy chart setup? Like we're consolidating and hopefully we'll get a nice break.
It's not a squishy chart unless we get a big major candle. So Nvidia could make a squishy chart later. It could make Nasdaq into one too, but there's no squishy chart yet.
Rocky
Uh,
Mountain Trader says, FYI, NVIDIA is almost 15%. Oh, a poll just popped up. Long or short at open? Make sure you answer it. We'll see what we think, what the majority thinks today. Yeah, so Rocky Mountain Trader says, FYI, NVIDIA is almost 15% of NQ. Holy
Yeah,
smokes.
it's insane.
no big deal.
It'll move the Nasdaq. That's like
It
what
did.
school run is, but
It
y'all can
did
get it.
pass the. I think it did pass Apple in terms of market cap. So officially, I think it's the largest. One of the largest companies. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah,
That is
I was
crazy.
thinking it was up there. There it is. Kind of a big deal. We've been since my group has been trading together. We've been Nvidia holders, so we like that one.
Yeah, a bunch of the employees have become millionaires because they got like stock options early on. Like a lot of them. I
You don't
forgot
even
what the
have to have.
percentage is.
Yeah, you don't even have to have the options because the holding has been so crazy.
Yes.
And we've got people that got it for two figures. So
Ooh.
they're doing pretty good.
Let's see.
All right. NQ is trading towards the overnight lows, and ES is down by about 6 points. Both are
Yeah,
trading below VWAP.
I still like that 60 spot. If we get down there, it's kind of my sweet spot. We'll see.
I would
It's
like to
kind of one of those
see us.
situations where I like to see if we go make the move lower first before I buy. Like I want to see it established.
Right. Yeah. I want to see like a bullish reaction, pretty aggressively to the upside. What it do, Corey?
Hey, Corey, the phone trader's in the house. Good morning. Voltron is in the house. Oh my gosh, that was so fun. Thank you for coming, Voltron, onto our show yesterday. If you missed it, make sure you go back and watch the show. Footprints and using order flow. Did you get a chance to watch it, Nick? You were
I
probably
did
busy.
not. Honestly, as soon as I got off the stream with you guys,
Yeah.
they texted me and said, "Hey, your zone is now boarded." So I had to run downstairs. Luckily, my gate was right next to the Sky Club, so I was just like, I just literally just grabbed me a coffee and I got on my plane. So pretty
Yeah,
sweet, yeah. Good day of flying.
I'm so curious to hear what you think about Footprint and trading with order flow.
Yeah, I do think I do have a good friend who trades footprint charts and order flow. Uh, his name on Twitter is DC Trades, and he don't have a whole lot of followers, but he's good at it. And he talks about how it's so crazy how you'll see just a lot of the money come in on ES and NQ just starts to pop. And it's and like sometimes he'll tell me like later in the day, I was like, yeah, I caught the longs from or the shorts from this area. He was like, and he'll show me what happened on his charts on like the order flow footprint, and it's like a huge, like you'll see like there's random orders, and it's just like, Like they're trying to like spread them throughout, and then all of a sudden it just sort of pops, or it's maybe a big order comes in. It's just kind of crazy. I never really dove too deep into it because
Yeah.
I think, as Ash would like to say, there's consistency in simplicity. I think he says that.
Yes. How did you decide on trading with ICT concepts? Like, because I think a lot of traders, we go through this thing where we're looking, trying different strategies. Like, what was it that about that strategy or those concepts that clicked for you?
Um, well, at first, I think I got sucked into like the constant like trying to learn all the knowledge from it, and then it wasn't until a couple months in I'm like, okay, I don't need to learn all these things that he teaches. A lot of it's just for him marketing and things like that, and but once I just kind of stopped doing that, I think it kind of became so simple. And you guys hear me talk. Like Barbie goes longer when she does these, shares her screen longer than I do in the mornings right when we first start. So like there ain't a whole lot to it. It's just, there's literally, if you look at my higher time frame charts right now, there is two boxes and a line. Like there's nothing I really use to overcomplicate this system. So like the simplicity in it was pretty good. And I think also another thing was, personality wise. I think you can. I think you can trade any strat. I think it all comes down to the time frame. But I feel like the 5 minute with ICT, I feel like it's kind of is very good, and it could be the same for order flow too. But yeah, the hourly and the 5 minute is just something I like. Those are the time
Yeah.
frames I like to trade. And back when I first got started swing trading like small cap stocks, and I would just I would always look at the hourly. So I've always just been familiar with that.
It's so interesting because Voltron also started in small caps, and I started like learning when I was first learning and dabbling small caps. I remember that was like the thing that people were trading. It's really interesting to hear the commonalities in people's like trading careers.
Yeah, no, like there was it wasn't a small cap stock. It was Bed Bath and Beyond, and then there was another one called Prague, and I just made so much money off some of these just stocks. Just they go from $3 to $5, and you make, you double your money. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So it was just kind of cool. It may take like 3 weeks to a month to play out because that was like late 2021 or 2022 when the market was still kind of going up every day, and then all of a sudden early 2022 when they started doing quantitative tightening and raising the rates, the market still didn't like that, right? So
Yeah, there was that correction.
mhm.
Pine Tree Trader says just need one edge. The hard part is trading it.
Yeah, yeah, I agree with that. I think you can have different strategies within a strategy. So like maybe like Barbie does, she does that orb, the 5, the 15 minute, and then some other ones that she talks about. I just know the names. I don't know what they do. They just named off a ranch or something.
Just wait till I teach you the monkey wrench. Just kidding.
Um, so yeah, you can kind of have strategies within a strategy. I feel like too.
3 minutes until the market is going to open. Let's see, 234 people voted, long or short. We have 67% voted for longs today, 33% voted shorts.
It'll be interesting to see if we're right. Chat is usually pretty good.
I saw gold finally got a move yesterday.
Ooh, let's take a look.
Yeah, my alt button isn't working right now, but yeah. So if you guys remember, I was just like, okay, we're probably gonna sweep this high and then go lower. But all of a sudden, I think it was that news or something happened here at on Asia. And then this was yesterday morning. I guess all of a sudden, and during the PM session yesterday, just started going higher. So I want to see if it respects this level right here. I feel like this is a pretty big area that it could reject from and go lower if it's in a consolidating market. But I would love for it to get above this blue box right here, or this blue box. My glasses on.
Who's trading gold today? Anyone in
I would
chat?
like for the daily to get above this level,
Yeah.
close above, and then we could start to target here. But let's see what happens. Mm.
Yeah, gold looks
Pigeon.
very slightly bullish. We'll see for me.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, Pigeon is trading gold. Content Hunter. Oh, 1 minute, or no, 2 minutes until 1 minute. It was 2 minutes, and then like, wait a minute. Okay, 1 minute until the market is going to open. Good luck, everyone.
Well, Mr. Smith gave us a big old fun bell. There's a green apple in there too. Is that for a healthy market?
An apple a day keeps the liquidation away.
He in particular used the green one, so I'm wondering if we're looking for green apples.
Oh, Jan says it's a bell pepper. Oh, wow. NQ is
Oh, is
making
it?
a new low.
Spicy.
Here we go.
Five, four, three,
See?
2, 1.
Market
Boom.
is open. NQ is pushing green.
Maybe.
Maybe. Maybe.
Maybe.
Come on, longs.
It's
Our
thinking
chat
about
voted
it.
long.
Doesn't have to
Yeah.
be the first candle though. We can go down and get a good buy down here, right? Let's do it.
Yeah.
Give me a good buy.
At a good
Like
price.
even that 68 level.
NQ is down by about 46 points. ES is down by about 7 points. Emma is thinking long. So chat, are you guys waiting to get in long, or do you just get in long right away?
Let's see. I gotta wait. I gotta see something on the lower time frames.
Yeah.
I think you have to do that. Like you have to at least combine 2 time frames, like in terms of levels, like a full hour and a 1 hour, or maybe a 30-minute and like a 5-minute, something to
I was
confirm what you.
taught so your lower time frame is your trading time frame, and then your higher time frame is your anchor chart because you're anchoring your ideas to that one.
Mhm.
And that's always stuck with me. It's so my hourly is my anchor chart. I know some people like the 30-minute.
Mm. The anchor chart, and then you use a smaller time frame for your entry, like to get a good precision in precise entry.
Much.
Yeah. That way, like if you're watching like the hourly chart, like say for example, I'm watching this hourly gap, right?
Mm.
Looking for longs up to here. As soon as price came into this hourly gap, like I would be screwed, right? You know, let's just say my stop's here, right? But if I just wait for a lower time frame reaction on the 5-minute, and look what happens if I look at the 5-minute. Ever since it came into here, it didn't really give me anything, any sort of. It hasn't respected it yet. That doesn't mean it won't, but as of right now, it hasn't. So, you know, that's why you should drop down to a lower time frame. But the thing is, you don't want to go too low. You don't want to go to like those one like. If you're comfortable trading 1 minute, obviously trade it. But like you don't want to go down to those seconds. Like you don't want to just keep going lower and lower and lower. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Unless you like being a little brain fried.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen people go all the way at seconds charts.
I like the
Wow.
hourly. The argument for the half hour or the 30-minute charts is when you divide the New York session up. If you want to divide it up into equal segments, the hourly doesn't work because we start on the half hour. So
Right.
there's a really good argument for the 30-minute chart too, since you can actually break the day up that way. That's where we get. Well, there's a lot of strategies based on that first 30-minute candle.
Mm-hmm. I saw someone talking about a 7-hour chart, and it's because, I don't know. I was like, at first when I first heard it, I'm like, it's not divisible by 24. Like, what are we doing? But it's something to do with like the open from futures or something like that. I don't know. I think since like the markets, I don't know what it was. Maybe someone in the chat can tell me. How does it feel waking up at 6 a.m.? I didn't wake up at 6 a.m. I woke up at 4:45, bro. at me, bro.
Early. Jan says SPY stocks going up while QQQ is selling off. Be mindful of that. Massive divergence in stocks and futures. Interesting. So ES is that first candle looks green, and NQ, that first candle is very wicky. So far it's green, but we still have 2 minutes left. 1 minute left.
The fib hours? Okay. Oh, the fib time zones, you mean, right? Yeah, I haven't dug into those, but
Yeah. So what's
one
her?
thing I learned about
I'm
these
trying to.
strategies, anything can be anything else, you know, so just find one thing, you like it, stick with it, trade it, you know. Anything
There
can be
are
anything else.
Fibonacci. So you can put Fibonacci not just up and down, but there are traders who put it on the time scale too. What's her? I'm trying to think of her last name. The Fib Queen is her nickname. Carol, it starts with a B. But she, if you go look up the Fib Queen, it should come up. She's got a really cool strategy where she does Fibonacci's on price, but she does them on time too for her entries. It's really cool.
Oh wow, that sounds good. Oh shit. Let's see.
Yeah, Baskin. Wait, no, that's not Baskin. That's different Carol. It starts with a B though. I cannot believe I just read that out loud. Let me find out.
Carol.
Emma is
Baskin,
in
that's
long.
familiar. Borodin. Carolyn Borodin. So I know someone else has a really similar last name, and I was trying to say it wrong. Okay.
I put in a little
Fibonacci queen. Oh, sorry, you're long?
I just put in a little tester. One long.
Ooh, a little tester.
A little tester. 100 points for 100 points.
A little tester.
Someone was asking if you would prefer ES or NQ if ES closes above the breaker before NASDAQ.
Would you prefer ES? Yeah, that's something I'm marking off right now. I feel like let me wait till this chart gets flipped over real quick before I start yapping. Honestly, I kind of like ES a little bit better. We'll see what happens. I'd like to see us continuing to displace higher, but I feel like there's more room to target on ES to 64.89, whereas NQ, that same high is at 23,629. And I feel like if you have like a good stop, you only have like a 1.6 risk to reward compared to ES. You have a 2.5, 2.4. So I'd probably lean ES. Plus, you guys know I like the long ES and short the NASDAQ. So
Well, someone was commenting about small caps, and they are. So we might be having some rotation out of NASDAQ coming into NVIDIA earnings, which is interesting. But the Russell's pumping straight up since these are 15-minute candles, but straight up since open on the 15. Interesting.
1 hour, the M5 unicorn model. Dude, the daily, whoever's in YM, the daily on YM looks really, dude, holy cow. YM looks solid. The only problem I have with YM is it's not a whole lot of room for upside because it's obviously the leader in terms of strength. But yeah, wait for a close here in 3 minutes and see if you can get a retest of that 815 high. Something like this, and you can use that to target up to here. How many cons?
I wanted to buy ES, and we didn't get to my spot, so I'm still kind of waiting to see. We'll see.
Don't think I'll be
Didn't get
long.
quite low enough. I had an order at 64.70, so that's annoying. I took it off for now. Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, I need ES to displace higher in the next minute and a half.
But yeah, it looks like we're having some rotation.
Ooh, it's trying to figure out what it wants to do today.
Oh,
Voltron says, watch for possible rejection at 64 and 90-ish level if it doesn't wait for the long confirmation at that level to whole number break. 64 and 90-ish. Voltron
Yeah,
is
that's the one I was
watching.
looking at that's showing up as a poor high this morning too. Well, it's been kind of all week, but it's just like this morning it was really obvious. So this is that level that in my analysis I was looking at for being a magnet once we moving away from it and then being a magnet towards it, but it could also potentially be a breakout point. And I think that's what Voltron's kind of looking at with the volume or with the order flow there too. So I love it when the same levels show up in different methods of analysis.
All right, let's see how we close here. 3, 2.
Yeah, ES is looking stronger compared to NQ, at least with this open. ES, come on, let's go.
Don't like NQ. YM is pumping though.
Now
Yeah, it's really pumping. Look at Russell though. Russell's going nuts. Russell took the Viagra this morning, that's for sure. That's why so we've got NASDAQ dumping.
I got tag
and
in.
Nvidia dumping a little bit, and we've got Russell pumping. So that's what I'm talking about, where I'm seeing this looks like rotation to me ahead of Nvidia earnings.
I got 64.80 and 125. Targeting 64.89.25. Stop at 64.77.25. See what happens.
Victor had enough. Victor is in Amazon calls. Victor's like, forget it. I'm just going to get the Amazon calls. Good luck, Victor.
NQ's being a bully? Abby, is it personally attacking you this morning? Better not be, and we're going to have some chat.
Jan said full port NVIDIA puts. Ooh, I get so nervous trying to trade like earnings with like puts and calls. I've tried before a long time ago, but I just get so nervous.
It's a very degenerate lotto thing to buy puts and calls for a earnings. Do you know about IB crush?
Yeah.
Okay. So coming up into earnings, we're gonna have. I haven't looked at it. I can go look at it, but they'll have a massive spike in implied volatility. Where is my Nvidia? I'll pull it up. So the implied volatility should be, well, it depends on the stock, but it'll be relatively low. A relatively low might be like 40-50%, right? So the Nvidia implied volatility for this Friday is over 100%, and that'll probably keep growing during the day. Implied volatility is, I'm simplifying a lot, but it's going to add to the premium. And once that is gone, the premium gets wiped out with it. And so that's why, even if you're right, if you're not really, really right on an earnings play with just naked calls and puts, you can end up losing everything. So if you are going to buy a call or a put, the way that I do it mentally is I've already lost the money. It's a game I'm playing. It's a lottery ticket. It's literally gambling. So I just wanted to throw that out there. It's not like a normal call or put play when you're around earnings because of the IB crush. So just be careful. Just don't bet anything that you need. It has to be extra fun money when you're playing for that. Play with profit, that kind of thing. If you don't have profits, you don't have play, right? That's the way I look at it.
Thanks, Barbie. That was good advice. Yeah, I remember early on I bought like a Tesla, either put or call, and exactly it was an earnings bet, and the premium was so expensive for that option that even though I got the direction right, and even though the price like let's say it was a call, even though the price landed above it, I still lost because it was
Yeah.
so expensive. Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to point out. So if I hold a call or a put over earnings, I probably bought it 2 weeks ago, and I've probably sold like 6 or 10 leading up to that point so that it's free.
Like majority of it.
Yeah. So it'll be very risky because the other thing, like I was saying, the implied volatility builds coming into earnings. So if you're right-ish or at least not wrong with options in the earnings run up, like the couple weeks before earnings, you get that premium added on with the implied volatility. You just get that added. So as long as you close that out before the earnings, you get to keep it. So that's kind of the game that I play. If I have a good sense a couple weeks before earnings of a direction, that's when I'll play the options. But then I'm usually out before the actual earnings call because that's when it gets a little crazy. I've made a ton of money on earnings calls. I've also lost 100% of my earnings bet.
Yeah.
So that's usually the way it works. It's you want to win it so bad, but it's a little
Like,
hard.
nah.
I do play the earnings run ups a lot, Victor. That's if I play earnings, that's what it's going to be.
So the divergence is continuing. NQ is down by about 83 points and ES is down by only about 2 points. That rotation you're talking about, Barbie.
Yeah, it's a little ugly out there right now.
Oof.
It makes it harder to scout when you've got different things. It's like a tug of war. We're being pulled in different directions, and that makes our little morning scalps a little tricky.
YM is ripping. That's
Yeah,
the thing. Hoping ES can turn around here. From all
I think it's
along.
being dragged by the NASDAQ a little bit.
Yeah, Nasdaq's not helping. I thought Nasdaq would consolidate. If anything, I want to see it dumping before Nvidia. So I feel like if it was just consolidating, ES would be ripping higher, and that would be it wouldn't be hurting it like it is.
Yeah.
But we'll see what happens.
But I do think that what we're seeing is everyone preparing for NVIDIA and GDP. This is the last minute day for that. So we're thinking real short term. We just want to grab 10 points here and there. But you have to remember there's a lot of people making much slower moves in the market, and we have to be aware of that. We don't want to get in the way.
Yeah.
Voltron says looking for absorption. Absorption to hop into a long, Voltron? Yeah, I am thinking could this be a cheap long? A discount? Maybe. I'm tempted to add another micro, but I'm going to wait.
Hopefully we get some really fun action to end the week here. We should. I would think so. I would think whichever way it goes, we should have some fun tomorrow, right? As long as NVIDIA doesn't spoil the party and run everything overnight and then make us digest during the day. But
Yeah. Like where it just chops during the day. All the fun happens before.
yeah.
That has happened before. I've seen people sit on the sidelines waiting for something later in the day, and then all the fun happens in the morning. Because they're like just away from the markets. But I just can't trade the PM session. I just don't know, or even earnings. I'm still in my longs, by the way, guys. Hopefully NQ can turn around. I think if NQ just gets back to just like the 930 high, ES should be close to TP. So let's see what happens.
Okay, I'm going to take a chance. I'm going to add another micro.
All right, let's
no.
go.
Oh no. What did I do?
Go, go, go. Emma says long. Go, go, go. Emma, are you still in your long?
I am, yeah. Hmm.
Nick, you're in your long.
What in the world was that?
Uh-oh.
This
Let's see
is the hard trading. So I think Voltron was talking about absorption, and that's like when you've got the big orders that we were talking about that are getting ready for Nvidia and GDP. They have all of their orders. This is planned. They're going to add and pull orders throughout the day, but they're going to be sitting there, like limit orders and things, waiting. And our little orders in the meantime just bounce around between them, and sometimes we can hit a bigger little group of them and big old candle down. But that's why when we're in consolidation, the market gets really choppy and sometimes kind of confusing and hard to read, is because we're just bouncing around between all these little orders.
Oh, I'm out. I'm out. Yeah, I got so weird because YM is taking off, and yeah, I don't know. ES look good. I'd take that trade again though. It's all good. It's
I had an
all
order down at 64.70 that didn't get hit yet. I might re-add that. I had pulled it, but this is the orb bot, and I was thinking it was going to trail just there. It didn't.
we have a whale in the chat fading me.
Yes, Jan knows. Jan feels it. I was looking at that spot we keep hitting. I've played that 64, 68 level a bunch. And so I was kind of looking at that area. It's getting a little looser though, and I don't want to be a
Dang,
dick for
how
two
did I
foot.
lose on that trade? I got kidnapped. I coded the algo and it just didn't work. How does that happen? I coded the algo. Can't get stopped out.
What the heck?
I still like these Asia highs to get ran at some point today. Honestly, in the morning, I just don't. I think maybe I was just a little too early to a party, so I'm gonna see. I'm gonna see if
That happens. That's why I'm being really, really patient. I like this level on around the 64.70 on ES,
yeah.
which would help this orb trade on NASDAQ if we can get down there. We'll see.
Yeah, I did see some people were waiting for the orb. And then someone, Raphael Trades asked, Nick, how much do you risk per trade?
Oh, Raphael, 20. What do you mean 20 points? It just depends. Like I trade different batches, so like a different day, I'm trading like a different size account. So like it just depends on what size account I'm trading. But I'll say this: I usually risk no more than 15% of the drawdown. So if I haven't traded like a MyFundedFutures 50K expert, and the drawdown's $2,000, I'm not really trading them more than like 350 per trade on that.
And then do you keep adjusting that depending on like let's say you grow the account and it's bigger
Yeah.
and then it's 15% of
Mhm.
that. If it goes smaller, you dynamic.
Yeah. So I'll adjust it. Like once you get past that trailing, that drawdown or whatever, that buffer, you can adjust it. So then like if your drawdown's 500 or 5,000, all of a sudden you can go up to 500, and you can even go up a little bit more. Honestly, you can go up to 1,000 if you're really good at risk management. Like if you're good at, once you get stopped, like you don't do a whole lot of stuff that's stupid, like FOMO back into a trade. So that's what I like to do. Raphael, that helps.
That does help. Chat, do you guys like set a certain percentage? If you do, let us know. What do you risk? What
I don't think
percentage?
people should do just straight points, like 20 points. Like, hey guys, I risk 20 points every day. I'm like, 20 points different than it was 3 months ago. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
we talked about that before.
I like basing everything off of percentages. I've always been a big fan of that because we're all in different places, both in life and our trading, and so we have different size accounts and we have different risk tolerances. And I know everyone wants the gain porn and the loss porn, and you want to see the numbers, but when it comes down to actually learning and figuring out your stuff, you need to be focusing it on percentages and not what somebody else is doing
Right.
monetarily.
Eric says 1 to 3% of capital. Yeah, Voltron told us yesterday that Voltron does 10 points every trade. But Voltron goes for a risk reward of 1 to 3. So looking for 30 points.
How would that work? Like Voltron, like during that tariff, like back in April when tariffs were moving the market like they were. How did you trade that? Because 10 points, I mean that's like a what? Like a 2-minute like 1 5-minute candle? Or how does that work?
So there is a poll, and the question is, what do you risk per trade? 15%, 30%, 60%, or 100%? I clicked 100%. Sometimes. Lucas says 100% also. Voltron said, so prior to tariff was 6 points after I adjusted to 1
Okay.
point.
Okay, gotcha. So you did adjust it. Okay, cool.
That was what we were talking about in our Discord also. We were trying to figure out how to adapt, and that was really the trick. Is I have all my brackets, and a lot of them are based off of points, and I couldn't use those without changing them and adjusting them in that time period. But I mean, that was crazy.
Ooh,
Whatever it is, though, I think the point is to stick to it. Like whenever, if you're using the 15% like Nick, or some points that are working in this market, it's stick to whatever strategy so you're consistent with it at least.
Don't change it every day. Full port 1%, 5%, 50%, then go full port and go 1.
I mean that is, we always want to try something new, and I think we tend to be very impatient with the market, and you always have to remember that we need to be doing this big picture, like we're in this for the long haul kind of thing. So if the strategy didn't work today, that doesn't mean it's no good and you should trash it. You might need to go back test it, you might need to go practice it, and work some little things out and some little nuances out. But there is this tendency with new traders to strategy hop and idea hop, and it ends up setting you back farther because you're trying to, it's like that analysis paralysis. You're trying to add all of these different ingredients, and you can't put all the spices that you have together into one meal and have it make anything that's any good. So you got to kind of stick. Are you going to use the Italian seasonings? Are you going to use the Asian seasonings?
Right.
Like kind of stick to some sort of theme for your whatever meal you're cooking. You don't want to throw soy sauce on your tacos. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, if I like chicken and rice, I like pancakes. I don't like pancakes on my chicken and rice. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you don't want to throw some curry on your pancakes. You want to use syrup. Like, stick to the theme.
It's such a good
100%.
metaphor.
I know you like the cooking metaphors.
I do. I love to eat. Yeah, at the state fair, they had this hamburger with a new food on the new foods list. It was a hamburger with cheese sandwiched between 2 deep fried peanut butter and jelly sandwiches as the bun.
All right.
And people were trying this, and I was like, I don't know. It just doesn't sound good. Yeah.
What do you think about chicken and waffles?
I've had it one time in my life, and it was good. I think I'm just not used to it, so it's not like I order it. But yeah, it was tasty. It was different.
Does pineapple belong on pizza?
Only if there's Canadian bacon on it.
Okay.
That's gonna be polarizing. Not
Yeah,
the
chat's
pineapple
gonna
on
be
the
like,
pizza thing.
no, he brought it up. He brought it up. Well, people don't like. People hate ICT. All of a sudden, oh well, he does pineapple on pizza. I like him. I just don't know. Yeah, see Nick over here trying to create a war. 100%. I just don't know about that.
About the pineapple on pizza?
Yeah, like I don't know where
A
I
little
stand
sweet, a
on it.
little savory.
Right? Barbie knows. A little sweet, a little savory. What do you think about honey on pizza, Nick? Or pickles? Like, this is a new trend.
There's this place in Colorado though, and they have this big thick crust. It's like carb load. It's sweet. Bojo's. If y'all have ever been to Bojo's in Colorado, They serve you honey with your pizza so that when you're done with your pizza and you've got this big, wonderful crust, you can put honey on it. That is one of my favorites.
Ooh, that
So
sounds
shout out to
good.
Bojo's. Rally Point knows. We always stop on our way up into the mountains. It's a must do.
Yeah, I'm still sitting in those 2 micro longs, just chilling.
Mm-hmm.
It's down by about $60-ish.
The chop is real today.
Really is.
I need another Friday. Let's get the market going again.
Well, I think the back half of this week's gonna be way better. You know, with NVIDIA earnings today,
Yeah,
we got news
absolutely.
tomorrow, news Friday. So it's just a matter of being
And
patient,
NVIDIA
right?
is down,
Mhm.
so
They're just loading the boat. Yeah, that's all they're doing. I see that a mile ahead, bro. Can't fool me. Uh,
Oh, Nick, before you head out, last minute
Yo.
thoughts you'd like to leave us with?
Yeah. I don't think pineapple belongs on pizza, but like if y'all like it, I'll say it does. I don't care that much about it, the whole controversy, but I know for some of you guys, you like to plant your flag with it. So, whatever you guys want. For the market, this was the gap I was anticipating us holding. It was going way lower. We closed below it on on NQ. We respect it on ES, but I don't know if we're going to get some follow through. It'd make more sense for us to come lower, probably do some downwards consolidation ahead of NVIDIA earnings. But I hope it goes up here and runs these Asia highs. That would be nice. YM looking like it's going to maybe pull back before going higher. But I think I'll have a better read on price action tomorrow after the earnings and, go into news and everything. So, yeah, that's going to do it for me. I'll see you guys back here tomorrow.
Thanks, Nick. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, y'all be safe.
You too.
alrighty. So I will admit I don't order pizza with pineapple on it, but I don't care if other people do.
Right? Yeah, I haven't lately. When I was younger, I discovered the pineapple with Canadian bacon pizza. I was like, ooh, this is good. I haven't had it in a long time. I will eat almost every single flavor pizza. I just love pizza. But exactly, Barbie, I wouldn't put like all the flavors all together because that doesn't quite work.
I'm really tempted by the longs on ES here. Am I going crazy?
No, I'm thinking long today. That's what I'm thinking.
I really wanted to get a little bit lower, but man, maybe it's not. Maybe that was it. Maybe that was the dip. We'll see. I do not like my orb trade right now. It's still going, but
The orb takes you in
I don't
short.
know. Yeah, I'm short on the. Here, I have that one pulled up. I'm short on the NASDAQ in the orb, but in my opinion, that should have trailed to break even. I need to check and see if I need to modify how many ticks I have that going by, but not a huge fan because then we've got ES over here. This is looking like we potentially have a little breakout spot here around 82. So yeah. Why can't you guys agree? You two. You need to agree. That makes this way easier.
They're
But yeah,
fighting.
I like the ES longs right now. Potentially. I wish that VIX was moving. That would be helpful, but
What's VIX at right now, Barbie?
it's hovering just below 15. So we had gotten down close to 14 flat. Let's see, it was 1421 the other day, and it's just hanging around in the 14s, kind of chopping around between 14 and 15. All right. Here goes a little bit of the long. Oh, and yeah, go ahead.
Oh, J-Buzz is full porting. Go, J-Buzz.
go.
Good luck. Let's go. I'm going to live through you today.
Yeah, Bubba, so what I haven't done, I'm pretty sure I didn't do, is adjust the NASDAQ. Don't be a dick for a tick offset on that. Bubba's testing my bot for me. So that's what I'm going to do. I've got this. I always have in it because I trade this way too. I have my don't be a dick for a tick offset, which is that little buffer that I'll give myself between the level that I'm looking for, either to enter or exit, and where my actual order goes. So on NASDAQ, I had just copied the same settings over from ES, and on NASDAQ, I think I need to move it a little bit because I think that this, now we're going back short again, but I think that this should have trailed. That would have made me happier. Oh, it's talking about this wick right here. I don't know. I still see buying, so it's not strong buying. There's not a lot of conviction in the market today. That's the hard thing.
Mm-hmm.
So
Chat, has
we end up getting
everyone?
chopped.
Yeah. While we're waiting for the market to figure out what it wants to do, I'm wondering if everyone has signed up to hopefully win a free MyFundedFutures account. MyFundedFutures is giving away 20,000 accounts. Never been done ever before. Type in 1 if you've already signed up. Type in 2 if you have not. Joshua, good morning. You've signed up. Joshua
There we go.
Erkler is in the house. I'm seeing lots of ones. Oh, I just saw 1 too. Magnus. Oh, okay. Yeah. I haven't signed up either. I'm like, wait,
Magnus doesn't
you
count because
haven't signed up?
Magnus can't enter. Can Magnus enter?
I don't think so. Heather, you have to sign up. Let's drop the
Heather
link.
we can pick on, and 7 we can pick on.
Yeah.
Peter.
Let's drop the link. So Heather and who else? Oh, Peter hasn't signed up yet. Peter O. 7 hasn't yet either.
Tisk.
Oh, there it is. Magnus just dropped the link. Everyone, if you haven't signed up for a chance to win, make sure you click on that. 20,000 is so many. It's like half the size of American football stadium. That's like when you visually picture that many people, like half of that, like they're going to win a free account, or not free, for $1. But Luke did say if you can't afford that $1, you can like request the money from him. I forgot what that request, his address was, but it is in our last video. If you can't afford the $1. I was thinking about it, Barbie, yesterday. I'm like, what if all 20,000 people send him a request for $1? That's like $20,000. I was like, yeah, that would be expensive.
He's brave
But
putting that stuff out, but okay.
right? Luke's got our back, you guys. He really wants us to win, helping us build our community. He's amazing. Joseph, you have to sign up too. So don't forget, for the rest of August, we are giving away 5 accounts, or 4 or 5 throughout the day from our chat. So Abhishek will be selecting winners for that. So get involved if you're listening and you're not chatting. It does help, I feel like, to get involved, meet some new friends here, to not feel so lonely. Trading can feel super lonely. It can be lonely if you choose it to be, right? Like, it's kind of scary sometimes to put yourself out there, but it's worth it. You never know where your trading journey might take you or what cool friends you might meet.
I was just a knucklehead in chat not too long ago, just a few years ago.
Same.
I'm protecting this really early because of the extreme chop, and I'm also a little bit lazy right now, but also I'm really watching that 90 level up there. I'm not giving any money to the market today. It's acting a little funny.
Mm-hmm.
Struggling with
Yeah.
that value area high there. And we're not really in a trend. We're just in consolidation.
Joe is long.
Didn't get that low because I had my order sitting at 64.70.
Let's go.
Bubba's waiting for the breakout. It's potentially a breakout point too. So that's why I've got runners above.
J-Buzz said it's acting toxic.
Yeah, it's the toxic ex-girlfriend right now.
Or the toxic ex-boyfriend.
Yeah, I was just going for most of the chat there.
It's going. Come on, let's hit that first TP.
Oh,
Go.
I would have felt better about this buying lower, but it is what it is.
Ad S said ex-boyfriends are never toxic. Never.
Okay.
Yeah, it's choppy.
There's a lot of different ways that I use volume profile. That's why I saw your question earlier, and I was trying to think of the best like simple volume profile way to do this. But the main levels that I'm watching are the value area high and low, which I'll have to squish this. It's the blue high and low here. Those are the value area high and low. When I see those, I know that price has spent a majority of the time within those levels. So really you're looking for a breakout to go beyond it. And you can use different settings. Mine are set to, on this chart, should be 70%. So it should be a 70% volume profile, unless I'm wrong, and it's 80 on this one. But usually I use 70. And then the other thing I'm looking at is these nodes. And this is a 5-minute chart, so I can't see multiple days, but I use the hourly a lot to see these nodes too, because then I can end up targeting those. So we keep talking about the 6490 level. We're all obsessed with it today. It's also showing up on volume profile right there. So that's why I have that as a target. That was the very, very most basic. But you have to know about nodes for volume profile, and then you want to know about the value area, which is where price spends most of his time. So when we're breaking out of the value area where we've spent most of the time, that's an extension basically. So a lot of times I'll have exit orders sitting right there. I just didn't get the entry to be able to do that today, which is why I'm protecting it earlier than I would like to too, because I didn't get the entry I wanted. Because the entry I wanted was down here. So we just didn't get it. So I don't know who decided to call them nodes, but it's these, if you see the background of my chart, it's the shaded areas. So when it sticks out, it's a high volume node. And when it's sticking in, it's a low volume node. So this is showing where the volume, we're used to seeing volume on the price chart, like over here where it's sticking up. This is volume on the other axis. So it's showing us that we had more volume here around the 85 level than we did here. Well, those are both around I usually like it on the higher time frames. But we'll look at this massive one down here. So this biggest one is around 64.81, and then we've got low volume around 75. So that shows us where for like any of the auction theory style of analysis, we're looking for where passive orders are potentially being activated, like where those are sitting. And one of the clues we can get is from these nodes, because it's an indication that there were passive orders sitting there waiting to get activated, which is part of order flow and auction theory, which is contrary to everything about ICT, but that's okay. Yeah, these can end up being little price vacuums. So that's what I think somebody, you had asked about confluence. I don't know if confluence is the right word. It's more like identifying those key levels. But it would be confluence when we've got something like the 6490 level where it's got a node there that we're watching, or if it was a value area high or low, like some sort of level that we're watching there that's agreeing with the auction theory level and the order flow level. I think Voltron's probably pulling that from a footprint chart, which I don't have up right now. I should share a footprint chart for y'all one of these days.
Yes. I love that.
I have to change my layout on this monitor. That's why everyone's always asking me when the streamers come on, it's like, how are you showing 2 different platforms? It's complicated. It sucks, but I'm making it work. Okay, that little bastard needs to hit my order.
Go.
There we go. Got one of them.
Woohoo! A win. Let's go. Chat, type in W for Barbie.
Make sure we've got that a little bit in profit. So these runners up here, I'm looking for a breakout. I showed this kind of exit strategy where I scale out a lot, and I could go on about it. I could probably make a 20-minute video on it, but basically, I'm looking for the low-hanging fruit is where I'm going to take off most of my contracts. That's not the breakout play, and then I put my runners for the breakout play. The breakout may not happen, but I'm not going to lose any money on my breakout because I've got it protected by the time I get the low-hanging fruit part of it off, which is what we're working on now. Okay, so anyone who was counting, I've taken 6 of 10 off. So that's a majority, at least half. That's when I always make sure that I've got stops and profit. So
Sweet. Winning. Go, go, go. NQ. Who else are in longs? I'm still sitting in my micros, up by about $100 now, 2 micros.
we're getting to that sticky. This is that really, really sticky spot because we had the close from yesterday here too. And that's why I was getting my orders off before that. That's my don't be a dick for a tick offset. Whether I have it programmed or I'm trading it manually, I always use it. That's just because I've had that so many times where I had my order right there, at that 64.90 level, and then it goes to 64.89.75, and it's like, you bastard. So don't do that anymore. Now, if it doesn't hit, if I've got a little offset, a little buffer in there, and it still doesn't hit it, it's like, yeah, I was just off.
Our chat, you guys voted longs today. Called it. Our chat's pretty good, right? Winning. Congrats to all the longs.
This should be my look mondo hands bracket too. It should start trailing here in a second.
Congrats, Emma, on your longs.
Yeah, I'm glad we got this little hit in. This is kind of a tricky morning, so. Did you get your long working over there too, Terry? I was just thinking about volume profile, and we skipped over your trade.
Oh yeah, I'm still sitting in the long. I was risking 100 points for 100 points. I put in a tester at first, and then I did add another one as we were when I saw the price start to kind of reject. So I added another one. I was like, ooh, I'm gonna take a chance. I'm gonna add another one. So it's looking good. We're in profit by about $130, and my plan is just to let this run, see what happens. Hopefully we get it. Yeah. Oh, yep. It's showing now, my chart.
Yeah, we got it.
Go, go, go. Let's go. We are trading above VWAP. I like that. Are they back in sync now? ES? Ooh, ES looks so nice. Looks so pretty today.
This is like the 4th candle where they're really starting to cooperate more, or maybe the 5th even. So this is what I was waiting for. Sometimes those first candles will really hide what the market wants to do because it's unrelated. That there's that chaos in that first 5 minutes. And it can go longer than that, where there's just a whole bunch of just random orders being placed and random business being done, the way I like to look at it. And then I really want to wait for the dust to clear, the dust settles, and then hopefully it gives us something like this. And if you're having a hard time with it, I do want to point out Monday, yesterday, today, all 3 of these, the market's kind of in this waiting mode. So that's it. If it feels tricky, it's because it is tricky. We're not making a lot of extensions and movement. It's just kind of everything that we've done this week has been inside of Friday's price action.
That was a big one Friday. You were so excited. We were so excited. It was so fun to see you win, win, win. Man, that push on Friday, it was so exciting. Hopefully
I love it when we get those days and I can just start cycling through my accounts. All the accounts get love.
Yeah.
Get those payouts scheduled.
Oh, Karan said Friday was an account blower. Yeah, it was account blower if you were on the wrong side for sure.
What helped me with staying out of that nonsense is just literally picturing it as a freight train when we have those massive moves, especially when it's squeezing or even when it's capitulating going the other way. But I mean, there's a lot of power to make a massive market like the S&P 500 index move like that. And I either want to be on board and have gotten on at a good stop, or I want to get out of the way. I'm not going to try to stop that freight train and turn it around myself with my little with my little futures, retail brokerage and prop accounts. This is not going to happen. So maybe if we get Terry's orders in there.
One day. Arif, hi, Arif. Arif says he's new here. Welcome.
Welcome to the family.
We're growing our family. Make sure you hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications because sometimes there are flash sales. Also, right now, use code UPSIDE for 33% off the 100K and the 150K accounts in Scale and in Pro.
Yes, let's go. Got two more off.
Woohoo! More winning.
Now we're truly going for the breakout.
It's going. It's going. Let's go. Yeah, we can't control the market, can we, Barbie?
No, I don't want to control it. I just want to go along for the ride. This is not the time to be a control freak.
No. Hey, Nick. Nick Does Futures says, how about them Asian highs? Asia highs. Let's go. It's going.
I think Nick just got some profit.
Go, Nick.
There you go, Nick.
W for Nick.
And we're trailing. Let's go. Oh, that feels good.
Woohoo! Winning. Congrats, Barbie.
Thank you. I was just looking over at my SPY calls too. See if any more of those get taken off today.
Are you
the way I
leaving
trade those?
on?
Yeah, because I had a crap load of them, so I'm good. But the way I'll leave those too is I'll buy that and I don't even look at that account very much throughout the day. I just set the good till canceled limit orders. And then I can even be wherever. I could be at the zoo. Who cares? And that order hits and I get profit. And I love that. Sometimes I'll come back and I was like, oh, where did that trade go? Oh, it took profit. I've got $2,000 more in my account now. That's where that trade went.
Ooh, that's the way to trade. I like
and
that.
That's how I treat my swing account. And so I don't get profits every day. So it can be kind of boring. That's why I have day trading going in a different account or lots of different accounts at the same time. But those are the most relaxing, fun trades where you're just like waiting for the market to come to your orders.
No stress. Emma got 100 points. It hit TP. Congrats.
Everyone's winning. The whole MyFundedFutures family is winning today. I love it. And yeah, Nathan, I don't know where you've been, but yes, we have over 30,000 subscribers now. What 20,000?
Let's go. Oh, Pierre Trades says, I'm in these shorts. Uh-oh, good luck.
What are we shorting? We do have the close, I guess the NASDAQ close from yesterday on this chart, but it should be around 607.50. So we're getting up real close to that over here. But I see a lot of buying, so I'm just going to let my runners run. That's weird. They're trailing that differently, but okay.
It's going. Queen of Trades says, Asia high, come on.
Let's freaking go. Not a lot of red candles out there this morning.
Is Asia high 23,621 in NQ? I think so. No.
629.
629. Thank you. Let's go. We're so close.
Oh, don't do it. Don't do it. Where is that order? 87. Just trying to take off one of my runners. But you notice that'll be at the same spot I exited the other things. So that's why I like this bracket. I've been experimenting though, so I have another account that I'm just doing one lots, and I didn't manage to get this in the one lot account, but I will kind of run different money management. I consider this a money management strategy when I have the scaled out exits like that, and so I consider just taking one contract also kind of a money management strategy. I have to manage that a little bit differently. So that's been my personal challenge. I have a one lot account going, but I did not get the trade in that one.
I love that idea, the challenge, like, of having just one lot, that's it, and just practicing that.
I've always liked a personal challenge. I've done that a bunch. One of my favorite ones, because I literally I don't know how I did this for an entire month, especially with my ADHD brain, but I traded only 0 DTE SPX options in my big future or my big options account for an entire month. So and I wanted it to be on the brokerage statement. So the entire brokerage statement is 0 DTE SPX, 0 DTE SPX every single day. I didn't trade anything else. But I got really good at trading indexes.
That is such good discipline to just work on that challenge and to execute it over an entire month. 0 DTEs, 0 DTEs. I do like them. Were you trading spreads?
No, that was just naked calls or just naked buying calls and puts. Naked
Oh,
ones.
Corey, the phone trader, says, I can't get on the right side of the market. I'm going to the truck and take a nap. Ugh. Yeah, naps are
It
good.
happens. It was a trickier morning. It didn't really want to show what it wanted. Although we did have that 90 level, and that's where we are. So this is kind of that spot where this might all fall apart. In fact, I should trail this other guy up a little bit. Make sure we get lots of money.
Let's go. I did take mine off.
Woo!
Woo! A win. Yeah, about $200. I was like, okay, enough of this. Our show is almost over. I'm like, nah, I want to go and like get other things done. It's hard for me to leave trades on, I will say, like just running without coming back and constantly wanting to check. So sometimes if I have other things I need to do, I just like to close everything out. I like to be flat so I can just be present. Oh, Raphael Trade says, I just do break even. That's the only way to break even and then just let it run.
Yeah, I do that with the bulk of my trade. But after I get the bulk of it off, meaning a majority, more than half, then I just have the runners going. Then I want to get the runners trailed to where I took the bulk of the trade off, because then in my head, like, that's the worst case scenario, is my first target.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see. The other things when people were asking me a lot about holding contracts longer, like how do you hold your plays longer? And part of the way that I do that is by having multiple entries. So it is that question, is like, when you get to your first target, do you take it off or do you let it keep running? And well, I wanted to do both. So when I have multiple contracts, then I can do both. I can exit, trail, and then try to get the rest of it. Someone was asking about the 0 DTEs. When you're trading the degen options, like the 0 day till expiration options, you're probably going to be on SPY and SPX and Qs. It's not like the Qs don't move as well as SPX or SPY, but a lot of the options volume is going to be in the S&P. But where's the rest of my thought process going? The volume is not the same on things like NDX. There's a lot more volume in the S&P 500 options when you combine all the different products together. So that's why I was focusing on those. If you have come from trading futures, you're used to getting in and out basically where you wanted to. We can get slipped a little bit, but we don't get slipped a lot very often. And you can get slipped pretty hard on options if you don't have limit orders in place, just because things move a little bit more crazy and you don't have as much volume at each and every level. So it's just kind of different. There's a lot of limit orders, a lot of waiting for the market, but then it'll also move kind of crazy and fast too. But the SPX was really my sweet spot for day trading, but I use SPY a lot for swings just because I can go farther out and scale out, like I'm talking about, where I like to get profits booked and then start trailing. And I can't do that if I'm all in on a few SPX, but I can do it really easily when I have a whole bunch of SPYs.
Oh my gosh, I'm just noticing the time. Barbie, last minute thoughts you'd like to leave us with for the day before we head out?
Well, we got the 90 levels. That was kind of the main target for me today, main objective. And so the way I look at it is like if all of us are kind of stalking that same level, that was probably the market's main objective. Now we're kind of looking for a new objective. So I'm going to kind of let my runners go and see if that objective is breaking out. It might not be, in which case I'll kind of reset and look for that next setup. But the big actions tonight, parties tonight.
Parties
So be prepared for that.
tonight.
NVIDIA.
Yes. NVIDIA, let's go. NVIDIA party, you guys. We will be celebrating NVIDIA, whatever the news will be, tomorrow morning on our show. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for watching, tuning in with us. This was a great one. Lots of winning. Let's go. Ash is on next. Woohoo. Ash is on next. Stay tuned. Bye, guys.
Amazing way to start, everyone. I know you know what that music means. 50 free resets. Starting the segment off with a giveaway. Love to see it. Who's going to get one of the codes? Absolutely love to see it. Big W's for the team and big giveaway to start the stream. What a day. Who's going to get one? Absolutely love to see it. Perfect entrance with a giveaway. That's exactly what we want. Throw a W in chat if you were able to get one of the giveaways. Who got one? Who got one? Congratulations to the winners. That was a great way to start the stream. Content Hunter got one. Saro got one. Heather got one. MC Sports got one. Alec got one. Leon got one. Let's go, everyone. Congratulations and welcome to my segment. How's everybody doing today? How's everybody's day going so far? Good morning or good day, depending on where you're from. I hope everybody's day is going well. Hope everybody's week is going well. Very excited to get back on here with you all. It looks like the entire team is winning. Who else caught the longs this morning? Throw a W in chat if you caught the longs this morning. I'm going to go ahead and go over the trade that I took. You can see it on the screen already. I'm going to do the top-down analysis here in a minute. I just wanted to say hello to the community. Welcome everybody into my stream first. And we were surprised with a giveaway. So let's see who we have here today. Good morning, Emma. Good morning, Queen of Trades. Good morning, Mega Buck. Good morning, Leon. Good morning, Martha. Ravi, good morning. MM, good morning. Lynn, good morning. Thiago, good morning. Rocky Mountain Trader, good morning. Abhishek, good morning. Raphael Trades, good morning. Hello, hello, hello. Mr. Beach, good morning. Rod, good morning. David, good morning. Hugo, what's up? Mr. Delusional, good morning. Mr. Chippy, good morning. David, what's up? Benjamin, what's up? Q Mendez, what's up? Joseph, what's up? Edna, good morning. Mike, good morning. Victor, good morning. No Luck, Pure Skill, good morning. Felipe, how are you doing today? Mike, good morning. Brian, good morning. Hello, hello, hello. Some beautiful longs, another giveaway. Absolutely amazing way to start the day. Let's hop right into it. Let's take a look at the position. We're going to start from a top-down analysis so that you can hear all of the logic and decision-making that has gone into this position. Before I do that, I want to point to something that's very important here. Notice how everybody on the team caught the longs. Notice how everyone on the team had a different reason how they caught the long. I've said this a million times. I'll continue to keep saying it. It's not the entry function, okay? You can enter the market however you want to enter the market. So the people that try to sell you hope and dreams, telling you that they have some kind of 100% win rate model, that is completely misinformation. It is not the model that makes a profitable strategy. It's the risk management. It's the mental and emotional intelligence that does. Right? So, for example, Barbie caught the long. Terry caught the long. I caught the long. And we all did it our own way. Right? And to show some of the similarities is that we didn't get scared out of the position, right? We were capable of mentally and emotionally dealing with all the price fluctuations. We set our risk management and accepted that risk management before we got into the trade. Then, when we were in the trade, we stuck to the plan. We didn't change our idea throughout the time of the trade. Right? So understand the logic, understand the mental and emotional intelligence, and stay away from all that marketing is what I'm trying to get at. Be strong enough mentally and emotionally to deal with all these price fluctuations. Be strong enough mentally and emotionally to fall in love with the process and allow the results to be a byproduct of it. It doesn't matter how you trade. What does matter is that you put risk management at the number one priority, and then you control your emotions and your thoughts during the time of. All right, so everybody has their own reasoning to getting into the trade, and I'm going to share mine now. All right, let's take a look. So first things first, for me and my game plan, this is what I do every single morning. So in terms of a morning routine, in terms of how I approach the market, in terms of developing a game plan. Here is how I develop my game plan. The first thing is time. Time is the most important element. You want to be executing during the opening times, right? So all of us took this long at New York Open. The second most important element is bias or draw on liquidity. In my opinion, those two things mean the same thing. Whichever way price is reaching for, whichever way you think price is reaching for, right? A bias is just your opinion of where the market is moving. A draw on liquidity is just the thing that price is moving towards. So in my opinion, those two things mean the same thing. And when I'm developing a bias, I get out on the daily chart. I look at swing highs, swing lows, and FVGs. Go ahead and fact check me. I already provided the bias during yesterday's stream. Here it is here. I was bullish. I am bullish still for this reasoning right here. When I'm looking at swing highs, swing lows, and FVGs on the daily chart, I'm looking to use the most recent information. Okay, so for example, all the individuals that are saying it should be bearish because there's a bearish FVG here, what I'm trying to tell you is I analyze the most recent information. right? So this bullish FEG here was created on Friday the 22nd. This bearish FEG here was created on Tuesday the 19th, right? So this FEG is more recent than this FEG. So my focus is, oh, little misclick. My focus is right here. It's the most recent location that creates a bias. And we tapped into it here and had a very favorable reaction to it. I'm bullish because of it. Price is only ever doing two things. Price is either running to a swing high or swing low, right? A form of liquidity. It's either running to a liquidity or it's rebalancing an imbalance. So, seeing that price had just rebalanced an imbalance right here, the next thing it'll need to do is run to a form of liquidity, which is this swing high right here. I'm bullish because of it, right? So then we go down to a lower time frame and we look for SMT. We're looking for SMT to act as the confirmation to this idea. SMT is the thing that shows me when it's time to participate. Okay, so when dealing with SMT, you need to use the same 2 points in time between two correlated assets. And when they're doing something different at the same point in time, that's what a Kraken correlation is. All right, so let's take a look at NQ. Notice how NQ ran below this swing low here. Okay, this is the 1530 candle and the 1545 candle. Let's go to ES. The 1530 candle. Notice how ES did not go below that low. There's your bullish SMT. And, right, go figure ES is the stronger pair. Notice how NQ has not made it back to Asia highs yet. Whereas ES did already run above Asia highs. There's the strength that I'm talking about. ES has already ran to the target. NQ is still trying to catch up. Okay, so we have a bias. We're executing during New York Open. We got SMT as a confirmation. Now, the last thing we need in terms of our game plan is our entry function. All right, so let's keep filling this out. So it's a complete top-down analysis. Bias is bullish. The last portion of the game plan is entry function. And for all the people that have been working with me, they know that I use the unicorn model, right? A unicorn model is simply a breaker block plus an FEG. Okay, so we'll go down into the lower time frame. Since we're bullish, since we have bullish SMT, that's when we then go look for a bullish unicorn. A bullish unicorn must have a swing low, a swing high, a new low, then a new high. Let's get this arrow off there. Okay, so you have to have a swing low, a swing high, a new low, then a new high. The breaker is always going to be found in between this swing low here and this swing high. So a candle within this price leg here. We need the highest up close candle before the leg down that took liquidity. Then, lastly, we need an FEG to align with the breaker, right? Breaker plus FEG equals unicorn, right? So we need the FEG to be aligned with the breaker there. Okay, so let's go ahead and point that out. After we get the SMT, we then get our swing points, right? Swing low, swing high, new low, new high. Okay, so we can identify our breaker. Our breaker are these two candles here. And you can see that we clearly have an FVG aligned with the breaker. See this FVG right here. Okay, so breaker block plus FVG equals unicorn. And just like I always say, it's just terminology, right? I don't care what you call it. It doesn't matter what you call it, right? Even if you wanted to just call this a breakout of a downtrend, right? We were moving lower. We broke out of the downtrend. After retesting the area that we broke out from, we found support and started heading higher. I don't care what you call it. That's not the purpose here. It doesn't matter what you call it. Okay? Same thing, right? If you want to take out the opening range, right? Here's the 930 candle. Here's the high. We swept the low of the opening range, got bought back inside the range, and headed higher. I really don't care what you call it. That's the purpose. It's the logic that's being provided to your decision making that creates those probabilities. And the logic we're talking about is the bullish bias from the daily chart, the Kraken correlation during New York Open. Those are the important logics. But to complete the top-down analysis, you can now see the breaker block plus the FVG here. For me, this is the type of entry that I use. When I go to enter, I look to enter at the beginning of the breaker. Stop at the low, aiming for 2R. Right, so you can see here at 9:55, 9:56, you get two long entries with minimal drawdown, and then we head to target. Incredible position today. Absolutely incredible. All right, and here you go. If you want to take a look at the executions, here they are. Take a look at the executions to put it with the top-down analysis. Breaker block, FVG. After we get confirmation, entry into the long, stop at the low, targeting 2R. Absolutely gorgeous position. Amazing way to execute today. Who was able to get the W today? Throw a W in chat if you caught the long. Throw a W in chat if you caught the long. Amazing job, everyone. Amazing job. Lots of W's. Love to see it. Very good job, everyone. So now that we completed the top-down analysis, let's go ahead and move over to chat. If you have any questions or any information regarding that position, throw it into chat. I'm heading over to chat now, and we can talk about any of your questions, any of your information. I'm going over to chat now. Just give me 2 more seconds, and we'll be able to do any questions and information about that position. All righty, and let's take a look. let's see. All right, now I'm over to chat. Once again, if I missed your question, I finally just got chat up. So let's start talking about it. If you have any questions or information, throw it into chat. You mentioned ES took Asia high and NQ hasn't yet. Will that be bearish SMT? Yes, it can be bearish SMT. Right? If NQ never takes out this high, while ES did take out this high, it can be bearish SMT. But at the current moment, right? At the current moment, it's a matter of risk management. It doesn't matter what happens now for me because I've executed today. So there's no reason to go back in and hand back all of that hard work that just was completed. So now it's just a matter of risk management. It doesn't matter if this is SMT or not. I don't need to execute again today. What do you do when the market is choppy after 9:35 and gives setup, but they don't look the best? Well, you can't control the future. You do all of your due diligence beforehand. You accept the risk beforehand. So, for example, right, the entry occurred right here, and we get consolidation right after that. Well, this consolidation doesn't matter. Because what does matter is I've done my due diligence before I pressed any buttons. What does matter is I've accepted the risk before any risk was taken. Therefore, now it's a matter of allowing the probabilities to play out. Right? Once you've clicked buttons, now it's a matter of either stop loss or take profit. Plain and simple. There's only one or two outcomes that I accept. Either a stop loss or a take profit. So what occurs after I've entered the position doesn't change my plan. The plan was set. Now I wait for a result. Fall in love with the process. Allow the results to be a byproduct. If you win, do you take another trade or just take the win and get off because you could risk losing the trade? Yep, only one trade a day. One trade a day maximum. Win or loss doesn't matter. Once again, results are a byproduct. The process is what we fall in love with. The process says one trade a day. So doesn't matter what happens. The results don't matter. You follow your rules. Ash, how many losses do you allow yourself to take every day? Once again, same exact answer. There's only one trade to take per day. Doesn't matter the results. Win or loss, only one trade is going to be taken. Doesn't matter the results. Why did you not obtain your bias from the 4-hour? I do my pre-market analysis. During my pre-market analysis, I look at the daily chart. That is where I got my bias. Since I already had a bias, I moved forward to executing. Ash, I still have some problem with the breaker. Can you explain it more? I still can't see them on the chart. A breaker block needs to have all of the 4 institutional swing points. Right? This is a bullish example. You need to have a swing low. You need to have a swing high. You need to have a new low, then a new high. Okay, this is an example of a bullish breaker. Right here. You need to have all 4 of these swing points. So let's take a look at price action. Right here is a swing low. Right? That's what a swing point is. So a swing low is defined by a low that has higher lows on each side of it. Okay, so Let's zoom in so you can see what I'm talking about. So what I just said is a low that has higher lows on each side of it. Look at the low of this candle. Look at the low of this candle and look at the low of this candle, right? This right here is a swing low because it has higher lows on each side of it. That's what a swing point is. Okay, so when analyzing swing points, each one of them needs to be a swing point. You need to have a swing low, a swing high, a new low, then a new high. So once again, a swing high is a high that has lower highs on each side of it. You can see here that the high of this candle is lower than the high of this candle. The high of this candle is lower than the high of this candle. That is what a swing high is. Okay, so we get all of the institutional swing points. We get a swing low here. We get a swing high here. We get a new low here. Then we get a new high here. When you get all of those swing points, that's when you can define the breaker. A bullish breaker is always going to be the up close candles in the initial swing low to swing high. Okay? Same thing goes with the bearish breaker. It's the same exact thing, just the other way, right? Swing high, swing low, new high, new low. Same exact thing. The bearish breaker is always going to be down close candles. Once again, it's found within the initial swing high to swing low. It's going to be the down close candles right here. It's going to look like that. All right, so there's your definition of both a bullish breaker and a bearish breaker. Very good question. All right, so this one was the bullish breaker that we pointed to this morning. And we look to have an FVG aligned with it. So here's the FVG that was aligned with the breaker. Very good question. So a couple other key points that I should point to is notice how I'm not changing time frames, right? I didn't look for a swing low on the 1 minute and then an FVG on the 5 minute. When I'm analyzing the entry function, I'm on one time frame. The breaker is found on the same time the FVG is found on. Just like the entry occurs on the same time frame the entry function is found on. You see what I'm saying? I'm not looking at a 1 minute breaker pairing it with a 5 minute FVG. Ash, are you hungry this morning? No, I actually had breakfast already, so I'm not hungry. Are you going to buy me lunch or something? Is that why you're asking? I'll take lunch. But no, thank you. I had my breakfast this morning. What time frame do you use to find the daily bias? I think you answered the question in your question, right? The daily bias, daily chart, daily. I got the bias from the daily chart this morning. Don't you do fasting? There was a long period of time that I did do fasting. I got away from it a little bit. So I will definitely have to get back to it, but as of recent, no. There was a good amount of time that I did do fasting, though. Ash, how did you become so disciplined, and how much time did it take you? Well, it took me about 4 years to actually get to a consistent basis. I had been failing forward for multiple years in a row. And the whole discipline thing, that kind of comes from sports. I played sports growing up, ever since I was 5 years old, all the way through college. Unfortunately, college is where the sports ended. I ended up tearing my ACL. That was a pretty rough recovery, and I did not want to hurt myself again. So that was actually the end of the line for my sports. So, sports takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of focus, a lot of discipline. You're always practicing throughout the year. You're always working out, right? There's a lot of things within sports that provide discipline, and that carried over here. Ash, at what age did you start trading? I started trading when I was 20. I am now 30 years old. Since you're so disciplined with trading, do you also stay disciplined with everything else in your life? Let's just make sure that everybody understands that I'm human too, right? There's many points in time where I lack discipline. I lack patience. I've broken rules before. I've blown accounts before. Just because, right, I'm capable of being disciplined, I don't try to be disciplined 100% of the time. I'm okay with failing, okay? A realistic number is being disciplined 70% of the time, 60% of the time, and realizing that you will have times where you lack discipline. You will have times where you lack patience. And knowing that you're not going to be perfect, that's when you have to put the things in place for those times when you're not perfect, right? So for example, if you have a losing trade, right, are you the type of individual to instantly tilt and then go and blow the account just because you had one losing trade, right? Like, are you not capable of controlling any of your emotions to the point where every time you have one loss, it sends you down a rabbit hole? Because I hope not, right? This losing is inevitable in this business, okay? So you need to become the best loser, right? It truly is about mindset. It truly is about mental and emotional intelligence, okay? If you can control your actions, if you can control your thoughts, if you can control your feelings, you will make more progress in this business, okay? It's not the entry function. There is no 100% win rate model. That's not real. Ash, I know you're done trading, but can you show the bearish breaker plus FEG setup? I'm not, there's nothing here right now. I would not be looking at shorts right now. So I know you want to see one, but when there's not one on the chart, you don't force yourself upon the chart. Right now, I'm not outlining anything because there's nothing on the chart here. We're just consolidating sideways. We may get some continuation of the current move, right? We're moving higher right now. Let's see if we get some continuation from it. I'm not looking at shorts. I'm not going to point out shorts for that exact reason. We still have Asia highs up here. Let's take a look. Yeah, we still have Asia highs up here to take out. Some nice equal highs. So we'll see if NQ wants to complete that objective. Let's see what you guys think. Chat, what do you think? Will NQ reach Asia highs? Yes or no? Do you think there's more left in the tank? Are the bulls done yet? Or are we going to make it to Asia highs? Yes or no? What do you think? Throw it in chat. Will we make it to Asia highs? Yes or no? A lot of yeses. Okay. A lot of bulls in chat, it looks like. Only a couple no's. Okay. Okay. A lot of yeses there. I do want to see if we can make it to Asia highs. I will be looking to see if NQ can complete that. Ash, what businesses besides trading are you working on? I have a Discord. Okay. There's a paid Discord. There's also a public Discord. Okay. So that's a business in itself, the paid Discord. Everybody could also see the affiliate links. I'm obviously an affiliate of MyFundedFutures as well. So that's another one. And then I also have real estate, okay? Rental properties. That's another one. I don't do any drop shipping. I tried the drop shipping. I tried the e-commerce. That's not for me. I do have my long-term positions as well, right? Dividend accounts, long-term 401k. I do have long-term positions there as well. So those are all of my sources of income. Those are the other businesses that I work on. So normally I'm looking to focus at New York Open after I complete an objective on the day. That's when I then head to the gym. After the gym, that's when I start working on real estate, start working on creating content, start working on the other businesses. I've always been a huge component of multiple sources of income. I still suggest that today. Okay? I highly suggest you have multiple sources of income. Your first source of income should cover all your bills, keep your family safe, make sure that there's always food in the fridge, make sure that you're saving. Okay, that's your main source of income. Then your secondary source of income, that's the funds that you use to start your business. Okay, so multiple sources of income is the way forward. Can you share the Discord? The Discord's right here. If you go to unicornuniversity.com, that's the webpage for the Discord, along with @_Ash_trades_. That's my link to all my socials. So you have them both right here. Ash, what made you look at the 15 to 1 minute setup rather than the hourly to the 5 minute setup? It just simply occurred first. Okay, and also there is no 5 minute setup, right? You have a swing low here. You have a swing high here. You have a new low here, then a new high. Okay, so let's take a look. Let's see. Yeah, this FEG, I don't know if this is aligned with the breaker right here. Let's take a look. Yeah, this is not a unicorn simply because the FEG is not aligned with the breaker. So there is no setup on the 5 minute. What morning routine do you recommend to get your day going? Definitely get some sun on your skin. Definitely get some steps in. Okay. Get the blood flowing. Get some fresh air. That way you could be prepared mentally and physically for the day, right? You need to be on your A game, right? If you're tired, if you're hungry, if you're distracted, just don't trade. Okay, so getting outside, getting some sun on your skin, getting some steps in to get the blood flowing, getting some fresh air. That should be the first thing. Then I come back, get a cup of coffee in me, right? Get the energy levels where they need to be. After that, that's when I then move over to my community. I'm answering any questions. I'm providing my bias. I'm going through my analysis, responding to any of the community members. After that, that's when New York Open begins, and I'm getting prepared to day trade. Very good question. Ash, do you have multiple... Sorry, I don't know why I can't read. Ash, do you have multiple frames of time for your trade execution on your chart? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 minute, or how do you catch the right time frame for your unicorn? I've traded the 1 minute time frame. I've traded the 5 minute time frame. I've traded the 15 minute time frame. I've traded the hourly, the daily, the weekly. understanding which is the right time frame comes from your data, right? So for example, if you have a year's worth of data, right, and your data shows you that when you execute on the 1 minute time frame, you always lose, then get off the 1 minute time frame. So the answer to knowing which is the right time frame to trade comes from your data, your own data, because we have different personalities. So my data is not going to be the same as your data. So you need to be collecting your own data, right? If you look at your data and it shows, right, your 5 minute trades, when you execute on the 5 minute chart, you have a 60% win rate, versus when you execute on the 1 minute chart, you have a 10% win rate. Yeah, it's time to get off the 1 minute chart. It's very clear through your data. Very good question. Do you trade multiple accounts separately? Copy trades are only focused on one account? For the last 4 months, I've only been focusing on my live account at MyFundedFutures. Yes, I have multiple accounts, but for the past 4 months, I've only been focusing on one account. So no to copy trading. I've only been focusing on one account, and those statistics have been shown on my Twitter. So if you want to go look at a win rate, look at how long I've been in the live account, look at the withdrawals that I'm making from the live account. Think about this. It's something that we've talked about before, and I'll bring it up again. Being profitable does not mean taking a winning trade. Being profitable does not mean having a profitable back test. Being profitable does not mean passing an eval and getting into a funded account. What being profitable means is having less expenses than your income, right? When you have more money going into your bank account than going out of your bank account, that is when you are profitable. Okay, so it's not a matter of taking a couple winning trades. It's not a matter of the model that you use. What matters is there's more money going in your bank account than going out of your bank account. That's what profitability means. So I'm specifically saying this because now you can see why I've been focusing on the live account. I've been in the same account for 4 months in a row. That means I've had zero expenses for the last 4 months. I have not needed to purchase another eval for the past 4 months, while I've also taken many payouts. That's what profitability is, when there's more money going in your account than out of your account. Okay, I don't care about somebody showing 20 accounts, having a green day and taking the screenshot and posting it on Twitter. You have no clue how many accounts they burn to even get that screenshot. You have no clue if they've even taken a withdrawal, right? So a winning trade doesn't mean anything, okay? The only thing that matters is that you focus on yourself. The only thing that matters is your bank account. So don't worry about what anybody else is doing, because they're not clicking the buttons for you. You need to develop this skill on your own. You will be the only one clicking the buttons for yourself. So it does not matter what anybody else is doing. The only thing that matters is that your bank account is going up. So stuff as simple as this, right? So like, chat, answer this for me. Do you have an expense report? How many of you are tracking your expenses to your income? Yes or no? Are you tracking your expenses to your income? Do you have a spreadsheet somewhere showing how much money is going in and how much money is going out? Yes or no? Very good job, everyone. That was actually, I thought I was going to get a bunch of no's from that. Very good job. That's actually delightful to see how many yeses are coming across. Very good job. I'm specifically asking this because how would you even know if you're profitable if you're not tracking your expenses? Right? Like if you're just blowing through evals and then, finally you get a payout. No, that's not what profitability is. Reaching one payout is not profitability. But very good job. That was a surprise there. I'm not going to lie. I thought a lot of people were going to say no to that. Very good job. And for anybody that did say no to that, you need to start right now, right? Give your business the respect that you want to see in your results. Very simple. The best time to start is right now. Stop wasting any more time and start right now. Okay? Get a spreadsheet out and start tracking. Right? Or if you don't want to spend any money on a spreadsheet, right? Go get a notebook, get a pen and paper, do it the old-fashioned way. Stop spending any money, start bettering the bottom line and increasing the top line. That was surprising. I'm not going to lie. Very good job, though, chat. Very good job. So, got another 15 minutes with you all. If you have any questions or information, let's continue to keep going over it. For the rest of the day, what we're looking forward to is looking to see if price can go to Asia highs. So I'm still bullish, and I'm still looking for price to reach Asia highs on NQ. Ash, what about those that are yet to make profit / payout? What do you mean? What's the question there? No matter what, you still need to be tracking your expenses. Doesn't matter if you made a payout or not, if that's what the question's about. Kind of stressful looking at an expense sheet, knowing you're currently unprofitable and to keep going. Well, you need to detach your emotions from the outcome, right? That, in fact, is also going to help you within your trading because it's probably those same emotions that are not allowing you to hold trades long enough to go to TP. Detach your emotions from your trading. Hey, Ash, I have a question. If you took a trade and the 2R is above or below the draw on liquidity, you will take partial or will you let it run? I only have two outcomes, -1R or +2R. Those are the only two outcomes. I don't do break even, right? And once again, I'm just sharing my journey. I'm not sitting here telling you what's right or wrong. What I'm telling you is what I do. So whether that works for you or not, right, you should see that within your own data. You go collect your own data and see how you best operate. These are the choices I've made for myself. And just understand, right? Yes, I am saying detach your emotions from the outcome. That's just for business, right? I still have fun with my friends and my family, right? I still have emotions. I am human. I know everybody likes to call me Ash AI or Ash GBT, but I am human. I do have emotions. What I'm referring to is when you come here to this business, that's when you detach your emotions from the outcome. Ash Ketchum. That's right. Got to catch them all. Got to catch them all. Got to catch them all. The real OGs would know. The real OGs would know that my last username was actually Ash Ketchum. A human wouldn't say I am human, so you are definitely AI. You caught me. You got me. So chat, if you're finding any value from any of these conversations we're having, if you're finding any value from the giveaways that we keep doing, if you're finding any value from the hosts, the special guests that we have on here, do us a favor, sub to the channel, like the video, turn the notifications on. We continue to keep providing value every single chance we can get. Ash, I have a question. When is the last time you did trade? About an hour ago. Here's the executions right here if you want to go check out my Twitter. I post the executions on my Twitter when I take a trade. So it was about an hour ago, right? The exit was around 10:20. Question is, if Asia doesn't get taken and it retraces, will it be a good chance to get back in and trade to the target? I focus on the opening times. There's always a lot more volatility during the open. So I'm not really looking for much after that. Ash, why didn't you take the bearish unicorn at 829? That's because I focused at New York Open. New York Open's 9:30. Right, the stock market, the public is allowed to start trading at 9:30. That's why 9:30 a.m. is the opening bell. Do we have any giveaways today? Yeah, you must have just entered the chat because we've done multiple giveaways already. Telling mid traders to only focus on the open is like saying only drive a Formula One car. I'm not telling you guys to do anything. I'm sharing my experience. This is my journey. So this is what I'm doing. I'm not telling you to do anything. You are free to be an independent thinker, as you should be. You make all of your own choices. The other day, you made 9K at 7 a.m. in the morning. Isn't it against the most important element, time? Yeah, if you want to watch that live stream, I went through all of the pros and cons of that position. I talked about the mistakes. I talked about the good things. It's all on stream. You could just go and rewatch that stream. We talked about that position during that day. Ash, are you going to stick around and talk to Tom? If Tom wants to have a conversation, I will gladly have a few minutes to talk to Tom today. So hopefully he doesn't mind sharing a couple minutes in the beginning of his segment. We can definitely have a conversation. Do you keep track of earnings as a potential catalyst? Yeah, you got to understand that NVIDIA is coming up today. This is definitely very important. Let's hop over here real quick. We got earnings on NVIDIA. Hold on, is that today? Did I just get that wrong? That's after the bell today, right? Okay, yep. Wednesday, the 27th. Yeah, so yes, keeping track of the most important ones, though. So, like, for example, you got to understand that NVIDIA holds a lot of weight in the market. You got to understand that Apple holds a lot of weight in the market. Amazon, Tesla, Microsoft, Facebook. I'm not looking at small penny stocks. I'm not looking at, smaller names. It's the people that hold a lot of weight in the market. So NVIDIA is important in terms of earnings. Yes, I am aware of the important ones. Ash, how many trades do you take in a day? One trade. Would you ever make trading your main source of income? Absolutely not. Nope. Like I said, I'm a huge component of multiple sources of income. I do not think trading as your only source of income is a good idea. It's too risky. Ash, how do you stop gamifying trading? By treating it like a business, right? Setting up those back-end things that businesses have, right? An expense report, right? Journaling your trades. Documenting your emotions and your feelings during the time of. Setting rules and a plan for yourself, right? If you say that you're only going to take one trade a day, right, then you have a rule that you know whether you're doing something right or wrong, right? Because if you say that you're only going to take one trade a day and then you go in taking 25 trades a day, you're just gambling, right? You're just playing games. And if you're going to treat it like a game, you're going to get game results. So having the back end set up and having rules that you follow. Treat it like a business. Your results will show that. Right. If you don't follow your own rules, then you have no respect for yourself. You don't have a reason why, but when your reason why is strong enough, you can endure anyhow. So maybe take a look inward to see what you need to do to start moving forward. Ash, even if you have a clear setup, do you never trade more than one time in a day? Once again, I've said this before, I'll say it again. I'm human and I make mistakes. There has been many times where I've lacked in discipline, lacked in patience. There's been many times where I've broke rules, right? I don't think being perfect is a real thing. So if you think that I follow the rules 100% of the time, I'm here to tell you that's incorrect. Okay? I have made mistakes before. Okay? I'm okay with saying that because I'm okay with making mistakes. I learn from them. I document them, I journal them, and I look at the pros and cons from them. I think being your best maybe 60% of the time, being your best maybe 70% of the time is realistic. But you're going to break rules 30% of the time. You're going to make mistakes 30% of the time. You have to make sure that when you make mistakes, you do not derail your entire business. Okay, so you have to provide some realistic expectations. Okay, being perfect is, in my opinion, not realistic. So yes, there has been times where I've taken more than one trade. There has been times where I've taken a trade outside of my trading hours. There have been times where I've blown accounts. There have been times where I've overtraded. There have been times where I've strategy hopped. Okay? I'm human. I'm a trader. I go through all of the natural trading progressions that every other trader does. And I'm okay with making mistakes. And I realize that I'm not going to be perfect 100% of the time. But I'll use those opportunities as learning opportunities. And I will document them, and I'll continue to keep moving forward. Can you explain how to use ATR? I'm sorry. Anytime I don't have that information, I defer to somebody else. So this is one of those examples. I've never used ATR, so I'm not going to try to provide a low quality answer. I don't know what ATR is, so I can't explain that. I'm sorry. So, another phenomenal session with you all. I do want to ask Tom a couple questions. So, if you don't mind, let's add Tom up onto the stage. Me and Tom can have a quick conversation before I head out. Hopefully, you all don't mind that I take up a little bit of Tom's segment. But let's go ahead and welcome Tom up on the stage.
Hey there. Hello, everybody. Hey, Ash. Good to see you.
Hey, Tom, how's your day going?
Everything's fine, man. I feel a little bit bad because, yesterday I was like kind of joking, and I know you're super busy, and I really didn't want it to hold you up there. But, you never really take a conversation here, and I know you're always running and doing the business, but it's good to talk with you.
Yeah,
always.
no, I think we should collab some more. I think getting to bounce ideas off of one another can be really insightful, and I do love gaining more perspective. So getting to talk to other professionals like yourself is actually a great opportunity.
I mean, really, you just said like I don't want to take up some time from Tom or whatever. I mean, man, I don't want to take up your time. Maybe you're heading out to the gym or have some other business. I don't know. But anyway, how is your day? First of all, what any trades so far today?
It's going very good. Almost all of us from the team caught the longs this morning.
Nice.
After it was around about 9:50, there was a little change in the state delivery. Had a fair value gap there on the 1 minute time frame. I was bullish because of the daily fair value gap that we tapped into. So we got a nice long setup. I paired it with some SMT from the 15-minute time frame. So all the pieces of the puzzle were there for me. I took the opportunity on the 1 minute chart, and it played out very well.
Nice. Actually, I was listening to your segment, and it caught my ear, like you were saying that trading is not going to be your main business perspective. I mean, you're handling other businesses as well. I was wondering, like, what you think about, like, is it something that an individual can pursue as a goal to trade on their own capital? So like not even with prop firms, but trading with your own capital. Do you think it's something to look for, or realistically speaking is just too much risk? What do you think about it if you're just trading your own capital?
So that is where I did start, funding Robinhood accounts, funding TD Ameritrade accounts. I was doing 0-day options in those accounts. And yes, it is possible. So the overall answer is yes. But if there was a preference, I would say prop firms is definitely the way to go. It's a much lower barrier to entry. Instead of putting a couple $1,000s into a cash account, only having to spend maybe $100 on an eval, you get a lot more leverage there. And the portion of multiple source of income. If you're capable of getting multiple sources of income, I highly suggest it. Trading is one of the riskiest businesses you can get. You need to make sure that your family is safe. You need to make sure that you're healthy. You need to make sure that all the bills are paid. So for me, that main source of income covers all of the bills.
Mm-hmm.
And then the secondary source of income is what funds the trading.
Mm-hmm.
So I always choose family first.
Definitely. And I was really curious about your opinion, because you're definitely a pro in this business, and I like your approach to trading and to the business side of it as well. And I think we can agree that trading, even with prop firms, even with personal cash capital, I mean, it has its peaks and valleys. And obviously, when you're in that valley and you think about your family, just like you said, family and other stuff, like I keep saying that as well, like trading should be just one stream of income. Like, I think that's the best way it works, I think.
And to provide some more insight there, so I went to college, got a degree. After that, I started working in an insurance company as a arbitrator. So, like when you get into a car accident, the one company is going to say, oh, it's the other person's fault. That company is going to say, no, it's that person's fault. Then nobody ends up paying for the accident because, everybody loves insurance. I'm not going to.
Yeah, I was working for an insurance company too for years.
So that was the main source of income.
Yeah.
And then that was like a 9 to 5 from Monday to Friday.
Mm-hmm.
So then after that, on Saturdays and Sundays, I would either drive for Uber or I was also a bartender.
Mm-hmm.
So in terms of multiple sources of income, that 9 to 5 covered all the bills.
Mm-hmm.
Then the Saturday and Sunday is the money that was being created to start day trading.
I love the story, and I love that we all share some sort of like the same situations, like doing other stuff next to trading, and you're building up from step by step, and slowly. Like it definitely takes time and takes a lot of things combining together. And as you said, you have other businesses too. Like I think that's the best way to spread the risk in businesses. I mean, in between businesses, and obviously ease the pressure of trading. And I think that's super important. So
how about you? Are you working on other businesses as well, or do you use trading as your main source of income?
Right now, well, I do have another side business, a brick and mortar business, which I'm planning. I don't really want to talk about too much about it. With a friend of mine, it's going to be a classic brick and mortar business. Otherwise, I still, until this day, because I'm working as a contractor still until this day in a not part-time job, but I was working for an insurance company for years, and I still handle some corporate clients if they need my help, and I do get some commission from that insurance company. I was basically a salesman and then a sales group manager, and I was handling corporate clients. So I still have some good connections, and when they need my help, I do help them out. And I'm building a small brick and mortar business, and obviously, building the online brand for myself that's another thing. But yeah, I'm trying to do it as a multiple source, definitely. So that's why I keep also saying to the chat, like doing this solely, like without any income, is definitely high pressure, and it's definitely makes it more difficult. So if you have a 9-to-5 job, don't leave it just for the high expectations that you can be a professional prop trader in a month or 2 months or whatever. Anyway, that's how it goes.
And even more so, even after you've reached those payouts, you're still talking about other sources of income. So whether you're new or you're proven, it's more of a mindset instead of, the classic saying of putting all your eggs in one basket.
Yeah, exactly. And by the way, I really don't want to stop you there, but I'm just feeling a little bit like not, I mean, I just don't want to hold you up, basically. I know you're super, if you want to stay, I would be happy to have you for the whole session. But if you need to go, let me know. But really, yesterday I just wanted to mock you a little bit, like where you are. And that's it.
Yeah, absolutely. So I will head out. But I do think we should schedule something where we could ask each other questions. We can go back and forth, because I do really find these topics to be extremely important for the people that are listening, because, you know, it doesn't really matter what year you are in your trading. Those similarities that you can find between the people that are achieving the things that you want are stuff like this conversation we're having now about multiple sources of income.
Yeah.
So I do think it's very important, but I will head out.
Sure.
Maybe we can schedule a stream for a nice little collaboration.
We'll do that. We'll do that for sure. And I want to thank you for taking your time and staying here for the session. It was great.
Absolutely. Well, chat, thank you for today. Another great session. Tom is coming up. So let's get a bunch of W's in chat for Tom, and I will see you all tomorrow.
All right. See you tomorrow.
Have a good day, everyone.
Bye, Ash. All right. Hello, everybody. Again, W's for Ash. Yesterday, I was feeling like a little bit, oh my God, I really don't want to. I know he's busy. He's busy. He's a businessman. And I was maybe a little bit mocking him yesterday, but just in a positive way, of course. But I'm always glad to talk with the other hosts, and Ash has lots of value. You know, I do like the way he approaches trading, like from the business perspective, and like it's an absolute professional way that he talks about trading. Also, not just from the strategic standpoint, but as a business as well. So always happy to listen to Ash, and lots of values. So thank you again, Ash. We'll do some joint stream next time or whatever. All right. Hello, everybody. I want to say hello again to the chat, and special hello to the mods and the hosts at MyFunded TV. Good to be back, and always good to have the positive vibes. I got lectured. Exactly. Trader H. But yeah, always good to have some information exchange, you know, to see how others are thinking, doing, and everything. You know, I usually finish up my stream sometime around 11 a.m. And my first thing is to put on MyFunded TV and listen to Ash. And he always has some great ideas and topics there. So, how is everything today? How are you guys doing? Ladies and gents, sorry. I hope everybody's in the green, and hope everybody printed some profits. Rip longs. Oh yeah, there was a bit of a drop here. What happened? I had an excellent day, by the way. I must say that. I mean, price action might not be all the best, but the levels worked out again perfectly. I mean, this was an excellent. I don't know if there was some sort of news. Let me know. I haven't really followed the news feed. So, in terms of the technicals, and as I said, I mean, I stream in the London sessions too, and I was like pretty much under the idea that we should go down to into a 5-minute demand zone down here. I forgot to put this here. So 5-minute demand zone right there. And after 2 a.m., actually, there was a nice little rejection on these upper levels. Price slowly went down and perfectly mitigated this level here at 570. That was basically the neckline of the demand zone. So, and also the other level, which is the downside of this demand zone, is 534.50. That will be important for later. Anyway, I was still kind of looking for that 650 if it breaks higher, but the game plan basically for me was to go down into the demand zone. And after the 9:30 open, and since we were already in the zone, and let me just go down to the 1 minute real quick. I am here, Rohan. Good to see you. So as soon as the market opened up, actually we broke lower. There was a 1 minute. I don't have it here as a rectangle, but there was a 1 minute bullish order block at 525. So I scalped it. It was a nice trade there. And there was another one. I mean, I was actually a little bit surprised here because I wasn't aware of that there is a zone here. So these bearish candles on the 1 minute chart from yesterday in the PM session, this one created actually a bullish order block or demand zone. Technically, it's valid. So I wasn't really aware of this. And let me just get this drawing out of here. Why this is valid? Because let's see the low here. Well, it's basically the next bullish candle after the 154 1 minute candle here has not been traded lower than that bearish candle. So it shifted structure. So technically it became a very nice bullish order block. That was the other one here that I talked about. And so price perfectly reversed on these levels. And all I was waiting for to get out from this chop, now there was a market structure shift to the fair value gap in this area. So I could have gone long from here. I was kind of waiting for another confirmation to try to push it a little bit higher. So that happened somewhere here. I just wanted to see an up close candle. That's all I was waiting for. So I took the long position, and that's what happened basically. I took a partial profit at 585, and the final TP was at 598, and all it was live on stream. But the other thing is on gold. Now, gold was a tricky one today, and actually this cost me, actually in the London session, a nice little loss. Yeah, that was a nice trade. Yeah, green. Yeah, you were. You saw it. I think you were in the stream. So in the London session, I tried to go for the same. Now, there was this beautiful, absolutely textbook 5 minute supply zone up there. And I'm showing this. I'm going to listen. I'm showing this because these examples could be helping you next time to identify what are these levels, or what am I actually looking for throughout every day. After the Asia Open, there was this push down here, and there was a fair value gap. And this is the 5 minute chart. So this happened after 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. So this move is at 8:30, left a fair value gap here, and then it pushed lower. Actually, it wasn't a market structure shift because it already happened, but it was a continuation here, and it went down, picked up more liquidity here, and then still pushed it lower. Now, the thing is, and this was not random, now the opening price of this bullish candle, which is basically the bearish order block or the supply zone, is at, let me see, can I just show it here? The open is at 38.8 of that candle. Now, this candle, this bearish pin bar, actually, the highest point of that was also 38.8. So I don't think this was random. And this move here, this small price action on the 5 minute actually proved to me that this is going to be a very, very beautiful zone to get back to. Now, the problem was on my end in London session that I took these fair value gaps and I tried to go long, and obviously you see what happened. So yeah, took me out. I think, I was waiting throughout the AM session. But obviously we took this trade again once we were waiting for the market to open and see how gold is going to behave. All I did is I went down to the 1 minute, and the only thing I was waiting for is some sort of a confirmation that I could go into that level. Now, why am I saying all this, and why all the story? And I'm going to talk about the tape reading story and all those things. This is the game plan, and this is why it's super important. I keep telling you guys that my game plan was absolutely not about to go short. I see nothing. I saw nothing this morning, and I'm just going to keep the example on gold. I saw nothing as a possible or a good target or such a beautiful target on the downside as this 5-minute supply zone. So I was absolutely not interested to take a short position. Absolutely not. Even though it seemed like it could be taking the elevator. So I kept I was disciplined enough. I was patient enough to just wait. I said, like, I don't care what it does. It can fall even further down. But if it makes a shift, if it shows me some signs, even on the 1 minute continuously, that it wants to grind higher, then I'm ready to go for it. Now, the first shift, and I'm going to zoom in. And again, this is for the example, most likely. Took that long, but got out early. Yeah. It took some time. Yeah, definitely it took some time. So anyway, the game plan was that 5-minute zone. And again, you remember how important it is to have your levels. It's not particularly the zone, but any specific level that you like to trade with. Okay, like that anticipation. And what I did, and this is basically a takeaway that I learned from ICT, and it actually burned into my head completely. Like, you have to anticipate the move. If the move is not going in the direction, then it's just not your play. And I completely agree with that. If it's not going that way, it's just not your play. That's it. So I didn't see anything on the downside. I was only kept anticipating that level. So here was the confirmation. There was a fair value gap with the market structure shift on the 1 minute chart. Awesome. I was keep watching the price. This was done enough for me. So I learned that on the 1 minute, there could be a little bit, too much noise. I was still waiting to see how this fair value gap is going to hold at 953. And eventually I was just waiting. So this is not I was still like, I need more confirmation. So here we had this shift. There was a market structure shift here, by the way. We had a shift. I know it's just a wick here, but it was still a market structure shift. So I zoom out a little bit more. I saw this and I was like, okay, all I need is something more, a little bit more push to let it go to the upside. And so it happened. It went higher. And obviously, it's not the perfect ICT 2022 entry. But what I did is I entered somewhere around 34.30, not even waiting for a pullback because, who cares? Let's just go. The risk to reward ratio was actually good. And I think this was my best, or at least one of the best trades that I had in the last couple of days. I was a little bit derailed on the setups and on the risk management. To be honest, that's why this month had a little bit of a struggle for me. But this trade was absolutely something I always look for, and perfectly went up there to that 5-minute zone. So anyway, I just wanted to explain this, that how and why I am looking for these levels. What am I looking for when I'm looking certain price action patterns? So yeah, Pigeon, yeah, exactly. I mean, as long as it makes profit, that's all that matters. But it was a beautiful trade. I'm really happy about it. So yeah, I needed something like that. To the gulag. Let's go. I start my streams somewhere around 9:30, a few minutes before 9:30 Eastern Standard, and the London streams I start at 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's good for me because I'm in Europe, and it's easier for me to stream both London and New York sessions. And by the way, we had this 3-minute supply zone up here. That's the only supply zone that is up here. So I was also watching ES. ES was, again, the driver pushing higher. NQ was shotgun. We all know that. But we kind of like looking to break this supply zone. Now, this supply zone has been completely, it's done. It has been completely broken. There's nothing more to this. This has been invalidated. So as long as the highest point is not taken, that could still be a potential draw on liquidity. That's the way I used to think of it. So even though, like a few minutes earlier, when I was talking with Ash here, this was still a valid target, and now it just went up there. So anyway, just one more example. And it's just always beautiful to see how the supply and demand zones are actually reacting to each other, how the market is actually gravitating towards these levels, right? And basically, this is one of the major things why you need to have those major levels. What do you do when the day is choppy? When the day is choppy, you must have an exit plan. First of all, when the day is choppy, you still have to do your pre-analysis, okay? Before you start trading, mark up your levels. It could be supply demand. It could be support resistance. It could be a swing high, swing low. I said that many times. It could be a fair value gap. It could be a new day opening gap, a new week, or whatever it is that you're looking for. Mark out those levels that you're looking or that you're anticipating that price should be taking, right? So I said this, by the way, on the first day here on MyFunded TV. I have two parts of my trading. One of the main part is having the levels drawn onto the chart. That's super important. Okay. Once you have those levels, it's going to make it much easier to anticipate a move or to hold yourself back from a trade. Now, how comes this to the chop session? Yesterday, we talked about this, by the way. If you are in a chop and there is a buy side that you're looking for example, let me just use this example here. Okay, let me just go down to the 1 minute. So you're looking for previous day high, which is basically, by the way, Asia high. And I do think that 629 is going to get taken. If you're in this chop, and if you're still looking for the Asia high, well, the problem is it's not going to be good anyway, but maybe a little bit for a scalp. You have to have an exit strategy. You have to, see where is the high and the low of this chop session. Do you have a plan if it breaks down to the downside? First of all, you have to ask yourself, do I have a plan if it starts to go lower? Just because it broke lower, it doesn't necessarily mean, and you should not be sticking to the 1 minute time frame. Just because it took this, drop here earlier, it doesn't mean that, okay, I'm just going to chase it. If you don't see anything specific on like the 5 minute, the 15 minute, 30 minute, even 1 hour chart, whatever it is that you're looking for, if you don't see that specific area that could be a good draw on liquidity on the downside, I don't care if it drops down, even if it would have stayed here. I'm not going to chase it just because there's a swing low here and I think that it's going to go down. It's not enough for me. It's not enough to see a fair value gap. It's just not, especially not on the 1 minute. 1 minute is good, but it's just not enough. Okay, I need more. So higher time frame confirmation is definitely something that is going to help you to make those decisions. Now, my exit strategy, if I would be aiming for the Asia high, first of all, exit strategy / profit taking strategy, if we can say that. If I see this drop, I don't care. Why do I not care? Because there's no target, first of all, on the downside. And there's no fair value gap, no displacement, nothing here. Absolutely nothing, no displacement. Displacement is basically a down close candle with a fair value gap, okay? So that would be an exit strategy. Now, on the other hand, it's not going to be, there you go, Asia high. It's not going to be, I think even 650 could be possible, but that's a low probability target. So on the other hand, to the upside, we see this breakout happening with an up close candle. That's good. So the exit strategy, and let me get this supply zone off here. Okay, it's just distracting. Let's just say that this is the chop here. Okay. It already made the move down. It's just not working. I have no plan. So I need an up close candle as an exit strategy above this level, like 616-ish area. That's one thing. The second thing is I need a fair value gap, and I need a pullback, and I need a valid risk to reward ratio. So let's go over this. I'm sorry, I'm again a little bit more technical, but I think it's important to understand because this is an exit from the chop. Let me zoom in and it will be easier to explain. Now, this would be an aggressive exit, okay? A super aggressive exit, and maybe not even a positive risk-reward ratio. Here's this market structure shift, and here's an up-close candle, which is even higher than the swing high. So that's somewhat a positive thing to have. And we have a fair value gap here on the 1 minute. It doesn't necessarily have to be the 1 minute. It could be happening on the 5 minute or 15 minute, whatever. So there's the fair value gap. Now, if you're a scalper, then maybe you can take it. Now, Asia high is 629, and here's 619. So if you're a scalper, you can put maybe a limit order. And here's your TP, and here's your 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio. So what did I just do? First, check mark. I had an up close candle. Second, I had a fair value gap. I had the pullback, and I had the proper risk to reward ratio. That's number 4. Okay. Proper risk to reward ratio, which is minimum 1-to-1. All right. So it has been set to $100, by the way. So if you want to risk $100 on this scalp trade, it says you go in with 5 micros. All right. That's 5 micro. Easy. Or you can take off like 3 micros here and, continue higher to that 650 and put this to break even. That's an exit strategy that you can use. So again, up close or down close candle, depending on where you're looking at. Was there something? Somebody won? Anyway. Up or down close candle, with a displacement, fair value gap, pullback or retracement, proper risk to reward ratio. That's what you need to get out from the chop. Making a decision only based on intuition. Intuition is a good thing, but if there's not enough chart time, not enough experience, there could be false intuition. Okay, there could be it could be causing some trouble, right? So basically, trading by, basically discretionary trading, as they say, right? So if you're a discretionary trader, I would say there's a higher chance that you're going to get chopped up in this. I'm sorry, I just actually talked too much about the chop, but I think it's super important to understand. 2 days ago, I said, like, we can call the chop session as a waiting room. If you're in the waiting room, you must have your exit strategy. If you have your exit strategy, is going to help you a lot by not chopping yourself up, death by 1,000 cuts, because you know what you're looking for. If you have targets in both directions, like, for example, here we have an Asia high. That's a possible target, not the best range, so not the best example. I would rather have not just 10 points as a scalp, because especially in the New York AM session, even on a slow day, like having 10 points as a target and the stop loss could be a little bit tight. Is it important? I hope it is. That's what I'm saying. It's very hard to avoid the chop, Rafael. That's true. It's very hard to avoid. I mean, these kind of sessions is always going to happen. Once you identify it, you got to have that exit strategy. What happened? What happened? Magnus is here. Is Magnus doing something? Maybe he does. He's a rocket scientist, by the way. I told you guys. There's this Large Hadron Collider in Switzerland. He made the, that multi-dimensional gate. Everybody disappeared. He walked out and he just went away like Clint Eastwood in the sunset. And now he's here at MyFunded TV. So he's a rocket scientist. So anyway, if you have a target on the downside, obviously the same goes there as well. That's going to let you to have 2 chances of entering a trade. You can enter on the short. Obviously, the same conditions must apply. If you don't have the right risk to reward ratio, obviously don't go into it, right? And on NQ, 10 points is not enough in my personal opinion. Yeah, that's what he did. True story. Yeah, that's what happened. Multi-dimensional gateways, or I don't know, multiverse, whatever. Anyway, risk to reward ratio, keep it at least 1-to-1. Now with scalping, it most likely is different. I used to scalp as well, and with scalping it can go to a negative risk to reward. Usually those are heavier trades. I'm trying to reduce scalping as much as possible. I'm absolutely not a fan of it. Magnus is a superhero. He is. So he is. So yeah. This would be one idea to get rid of the chop. If you guys have questions about this, let me know, because I do have another topic regarding, it's basically definitely have a lot to do with the chop and with the zones, with the proper levels. So I do need to mention those topics as well. Are you aiming for 50-point minimum? Those kind of trades that I take, like usually I trade with micros, there's no like minimum 50-point or whatever, but in a New York session on NASDAQ, like anywhere from like 20 to 50, even 100 points is okay, depending on how the market is moving, right? Depending on the volatility. Because usually I trade with like 2 or 3 micros, 4 or 5 micros. Like, one trade today with 3 micros made me $350. So $350 with 3 micros, that's not bad. And that's the only way, by the way, for you to be able to hold those positions, because it's definitely taking out the stress. Like 80 or 90%, like at least 80% of the stress and the pressure has been, eliminated if you go down to trade micros, right? So that's super important. If you personalize losses, you can trade. Yeah, you cannot personalize the losses. You got to understand, it's, even for me, it's hard to accept, especially this month. It was definitely peaks and valleys for me in August. Got to understand that losses are part of the game, and also losing streaks are part of even the best edge out there. Even if you have the emotional edge, even if you come out from the market, you're losing some trades in a row, but even if you applied the perfect risk management, that's actually a winner. But you got to understand that those losing streaks are inevitable. Only proper risk management is going to get us through that. But we all know that, right? That's what we keep talking about. We need a Trump tariff tweet. Yeah. Like this was absolutely, like this year, April was absolutely a crazy month. In London session, we were having 1-minute candles with 100 points and 150 points. I remember in the London session, a 1-minute candle was on average making like 50 points, sometimes 100. So that was absolutely crazy. Yeah. And obviously the goal is to ease the pressure. Okay. Definitely. The market doesn't pressure you, you pressure yourself, right? And then basically what we do, we blame the market. That's what we do. We blame the market. Pressure is basically a poison in trading. When you feel like you have to make money today, you're already trading scared. It's super important to understand, if you feel like you need to make money today, or you need to make those profits, even on an evaluation account, that's basically an implementation of that you're going to be scared at the market open, or especially at the first 5 to 10 minutes or 15 minutes, it can cause a lot of troubles. A lot. I look back to the past year as much as I could in my journaling, and I just realized last weekend, by the way, that most of my losses actually came from trading the first 5 to 10 minutes. Believe it or don't believe it, I'm just saying most of my losses in the past 12 months came from trading the first 5 to 10 minutes after the 9:30 open. That's it. Because everybody wants that dopamine, we want that adrenaline, that push, that, we want to feel that, and we want to push the button. That does look like to be the high of the day. Your thought? I think so too. I mean, that 650 is quite close, and we do need to look at ES just for a second here. Yeah, there's a high at ES right here at 6496.25. And there is, oh my gosh, okay, ES is going to push it. There's a supply zone high. We're already in the supply zone, and this is just a 1 hour chart, everybody. So this is ES 1 hour chart. We are trading right now in a 1 hour supply zone. And I must say that this supply zone, let me just make it a little bit transparent. This supply zone here on the hourly, this is a textbook supply zone. And usually textbook supply zones are meant to be broken. As long as ES is going to be bullish, and we haven't even got to the midpoint of that supply zone. The mid-level is 64.97, or as ICT calls it, consequent encroachment, right? It's almost as hard to say it for me like the volume-weighted average price. Yeah. So, basically, the midpoint of that supply zone is 64.97, just above that 96.25. What does that tell you? That I'm going to stay bullish. I'm not taking any trades. But if you're aiming for more highs here, it's not impossible. On the 5-minute, NQ could be picking up. Let me just get this off here. NQ could be picking up liquidity from this 5-minute gap right here. I'm going to give a different color to it. So this 5-minute gap, there you go, 25 tweets. Okay, you know the drill, everybody. So it's picking up liquidity from this gap. Maybe. Why not going for that 650? As long as ES is pushing those highs, this could be just a liquidity sweep on NQ. Why not? I'm done for the day. So, but if I would be, this would be the first time to sit down to trade for me. Maybe I would be aiming for the 650. Not advice, obviously. Just my opinion. The problem is there's no zone there on NQ. So I don't see a zone. If I would be trading ES, then my target maybe would be the 6,500. Why the 6,500? Because it's a beautiful round number here. Psychological number. That's like a magnet, right? We talked about that. These are acting up like magnets. Like magnets, but as a magnet. That's a magnet right there. So again, ES is not finished yet today, I think. ES is just going to break that high, go for the mid-level, and we have some nice little levels up there, okay? But nothing on the downside. Anyway, going back to NQ and see what's going to happen. I see the chat is hyped up. Let's go. I don't know what's it about. Of course I know what's it about. Magnus is doing some magic. I hope so. I hope he does. He's doing the magic. All right. So where was I? Oh, yeah, about the pressure. Talking about the pressure. Do not blame the market, obviously. Okay. If you pressure yourself, that's what we do, blaming the market. But it's always up to us. Okay. Pressure, obviously, we know where it comes from. Most likely financial expectations, but that we know. Okay. Tweet done. Let's do those tweets, everybody. Let's go. So the pressure usually comes from financial expectations. I always keep saying that. You need every day to be green. And by the way, if you're on a winning streak, let's just say like you're having, I don't know, 5 winning days in a row or 7. The more winning days you're having, maybe you felt it already, the more winning days you're having, the pressure is just getting higher and higher, because there's always the statistics, right? So the big numbers, statistically speaking, the more winning days you're having, you always should be aware that that losing day is always going to be there. Ian, thank you so much for the kind comment there. Thank you. So, and that's definitely escalating the pressure. All right. Yeah. All these W's in chat. I love it. I love it. I don't know what's happening. Actually, I know, but maybe not. But I'm with you guys. Let's go for the W's. I wish I could sing something, but then YouTube might give us some copyright strike or whatever. Anyway, let's go, everybody. 5 winners. All right, let's go, everyone. Of course, the next thing is oversizing. We all do that. Oversizing, risking too much. And, especially when the market is slow, like every tick is going to feel like death, right? I remember, back in the days I was, well, I tried to do some nasty trades with like 4 or 5 minis. And I was just going for like, I don't know, like 4 or 5 ticks. Definitely not the way to go. Anyway, oversizing, overtrading is the same basically. All these things are escalating the pressure. One more thing, by the way, the comparison. You're comparing yourself to others. I mean, it's always good to see other traders win, and it's awesome. I'm just looking at the chaos right now. W's. I just see the W's and the chaos in chat, but that's good. I just wanted to say, like, it's always good to see other traders winning. It's definitely giving lots of motivation and all that such. But there comes the problem, and I said that also many times, like comparing yourself to others, okay? Watching others win faster and bigger and cleaner, that somewhat is having a negative effect on your mind, because if he could make like $2,000 or $3,000 or $5,000 today or even more, then I can do that too. Technically, you could, but everybody's different. So try not to compare yourself with others. That's also elevating the pressure. And also, one more thing I almost forgot, like perfectionism. Okay, like you're actually expecting that or believing that every trade has to work for you, because otherwise it's just going to be a failure, because you're going to think that if the trade is not working for you, then it's a failure and you're going to fail as a trader. So you're pretty much chasing perfection. And by the way, in day trading, I think there is no such thing as perfection. Stick around. That's all I say. Yeah, there's no such thing as perfection in day trading. Oh, get ready. Get ready. I see something. 53 resets. You know the code. I'm not going to say it. I'm going to say it. YM50. Come on, everybody. Come on. Quickly. Open. Website has to be open. Go to the reset. Why are you slow? Come on. Go for it. Why is it taking so long for you? Go for the reset. Let's go, Joe. You always get the W in my segment. Let's go. Congratulations. I can imagine that 50 reset actually that goes away like in 2 seconds, right? Or maybe faster. I don't know. Next time I try to do it too. I'll try to get that reset. Anyway. All right, let me get this up. Let's pretend I never said anything about this. But no, what is happening? There is, yeah, so we had this fair value gap. On the 15-minute, just a quick technical recap. We're pulling back down here. What is ES doing? Quick ES look. Okay, ES, nothing wrong. ES is still doing the job. There has to be some sort of a pullback. Just saying. As long as ES wants to push it up there, NQ might be doing some pullbacks here. Let's go, MyFunded TV. All the free stuff, everybody. I never won. I don't know why. But I try. Next time I'll be super quick. Okay. So what I'm trying to say here is, speaking of pressure, all right? So there's no such thing as perfection in day trading. Getting the entries in a surgical precision, you know, it's not happening. Sometimes it does, but usually it's not. As long as you can keep a good and steady risk to reward ratio, minimum 1-to-1, you know, but you can go for 1-to-2. If you're asking me about 1-to-3 or 1-to-5, yeah, statistically speaking, yes, but you got to be prepared if you're aiming for 3R or 5R trades, whatever, you have to be prepared for losing more. Okay, there's always a balance there. So, you know, as long as you have a proper risk to reward ratio, you can go. And even when I see, for example, an ICT 2022 entry, and I see, for example, a fair value gap being reclaimed by a pullback or a retracement, sometimes I used to wait. I'm just curious about, especially on the 1-minute candle, like I'm just waiting for the next candle, or I'm waiting for how the current candle is going to print. Yeah, I might be losing a few points, but as I said, I'm not aiming for 10 points. I'm not aiming for 8 points, 6 points. I'm usually trying to aim for like 20, 30, 50, sometimes 100, depending on where the level is, okay? So also takes a little bit of a pressure off. Just a small information there, all right? Pressure is basically just the gap between your expectations and your discipline, okay? You got to understand it. Pressure is just a gap between your expectations and your discipline. And you can go through that. It's super easy, all right? Obviously, it destroys trading. We all know that. It clouds your judgment. You see what you don't want to see. That's what's happening when you're over trading. You're seeing setups that are not even there, right? And actually speeds up the process. You click early, you chase the trades, you don't want to wait, okay? You're just not doing what you should by being patient. Oh, I see there's another winning. Something's happening, all right. And also, by the way, speaking of pressure, it's shrinking your patience. Like you exit your wins. I think there's definitely some of you. I had the same issue. Like you're exiting winners too soon because you need the cash, like quote unquote need the cash. Like you're basically nursing a trade with a negative, I don't know, 1 or 2R or whatever. And as soon as it gets back to profit, you're closing it down at break even or with a small profit. Okay. That's basically shrinking your patience and your confidence as well. And of course, it amplifies the tilt. That we all know that. Small loss, even a small loss, yes, even a small loss is going to feel like an emotional explosion, right? Pressure makes you play defense against yourself, not the market, all right? So you're basically playing defense against yourself. Now, easing up the pressure, obviously, we have multiple ways to do it, like how to remove it. There's like the practical tools, obviously lower sizing, but there's some more to it, okay? There's something I used to say, like lower size until it's boring. Even if you have to go down to 1 micro, okay? Lower the size until it's getting boring. Let that sink in, okay? And I said this, and I will say it 1,000, 10,000 times. that was one of the key factors that actually helped me to survive the long run. Okay. If your hands shake when you click, you're risking too much. That's one thing, obviously. So how do I know if I'm risking too much? Is your hand shaking? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe you go in with 5 minis, 15 minis. I don't know. No shaking. But anyway, trade so small that you don't care. Again, let me repeat that. Trade so small that you almost don't care. That's what matters. So what if you're going to lose $100 on a trade? At least you can have a wider stop, and at least you can see if the analysis was correct. Now, that's the kind of scenario that's going to show you if your analysis was correct or not. If you're trading small size, you don't necessarily have to, go with a tight stop. That's also like something it took me some time to implement basically into my trades. Now, this is not going to be a good example, I know, but if I'm aiming for that 650, but anyway, I'm going to use it as an example. If I'm aiming for that 650, I don't know, it's not enough. Anyway, I'm going to use another example. Let's use this one at 8:30, whatever. So I'm aiming to go for this 1 minute demand zone on the down there, because that's the most important level I want to take out, and I want to anticipate that the market is taking out. We have these fair value gaps here at 8:30 on the 5 minute. So what I'm waiting for, because we already had the market structure shift, it looks good. It actually shifted structure down here as well. So I'm entering a trade here. My target is going to be down there. My risk to reward ratio, it says 2.4. It's too much. I can put my stop loss all the way back up there, all the way. I'm not saying that always go for the biggest stop loss, but this level, if it would go back up there, at least I would know that this anticipation, this plan absolutely failed. But yes, it's only like a 1.6 risk to reward ratio, but even if it goes against you, you have plenty of space to survive a move like this. And you can only do it with small size. Sabotage. Hey, Dreamer, good to see you. So, Case back. What up? Seems like the Rocket Scooter fam is coming already. All right. So, sizing down your positions, definitely super important. Okay. Like trade so small you almost don't care, as I said it. When pressure is gone, execution improves. And then, and listen, this is important. Hey, Jamie, good to see you. This is important. When pressure is gone, execution improves. What does that mean? You scaling up slowly, okay? I'm not saying that trade forever with 1 micro or 2 micros, but you got to start somewhere. Scale up slowly, okay? You got to have a winning streak for a week. I'm not winning streak, but proper executions. Your winners doesn't have to be like profit-wise. I'm not saying profit-wise, but following your plan. You got to have a winning week following your plan, not P&L, not the profit-wise. Okay. Once you can do that for for at least 3 or 4 weeks, I told you guys that 30-minute scenario. Then you can start to scale up, but it takes time. So if you're new, obviously there's so many stages that you have to go through when you're starting out. Hey, you're welcome, Ricky. When you're starting out in trading, there's multiple stages. If you're brand new, obviously the goal is not the profit. If you're brand new, you got to take your first 30, 60 days by just looking for the proper entries. So I would say, I've been asked, how much time do I need to be profitable? I would say on average, minimum a year, maybe even 2 years. Just, hey, cheater, thank you. So if your trade feels like your size is the problem, is what I wanted to say, not the setup, all right? You're definitely doing something wrong, and it feels like that. Yeah. And by the way, there's something more, but I don't think I will be able to finish that topic. I mean, I do have some other things to it. It's mostly about detaching yourself from the daily profit and loss. And I will go back to that scorecard thing that we were talking about last week. I think it's important to go down in more details about that scorecard and how to identify your trading week as a winner. Even if forget about the profit, following your rules can put your week into a winning streak, even if you haven't made much profit at all, or even if you finished up in a drawdown. If you followed up your rules, that's how you can shift your mindset. And that's going to make it much easier for the next week. That's super important. So that's how we can turn a losing day trading. Hey, oh, sorry, Matt. It's you, Matt. Sorry, I didn't recognize you. Matt is here. The man. You're the man. That's Methodical Man's catchphrase. You the man. That's what he says. Sits in this chair, somebody subs. You the man. I can't say it like him. He has something. He has a special tone to it, which is why I'm never going to say the indicator name. I'm only going to say volume weighted average price. Anyway, I'm going to finish up my thought here. I just want to say we have lots of more things to it. And we're gonna finish up with this here. And thank you so much for all the positive vibes. I think Matt should be around soon. And I see the Rocket Scooter fam is already kicking the door here. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed the topic. I think we should come back into the same thing and back to the scorecard thing. I think because lots of details to be exposed on this one. Lots of details. How we can shift that mindset after a losing day or after a losing week. How we can make actually a losing week into a winning week. Okay? We're going to have to work on that because once we get through that, once we can shift our mind, that's when everything's going to change. Besides sizing down the here it comes. Oh my God. The desk is rising. No, it's Matt rising up. Hey, where's my... I don't have my sunglasses here on my desk. I left it in my car. Tom. Matt. The best. Sing it, everybody, loud. I want to hear. Come on, everybody, loud. Let's go. Kick the door.
I love that song. It's so catchy.
Let's go, everyone. Push it.
How do you not have your sunglasses, Tom? It's bright in here. You must have sunglasses.
I left it in the car.
Oh, it's true. I need to make some Rocket Scooter themed sunglasses and send you some actual merch.
I want that. I want it.
I love that song. How's it going, man?
All is good. Finally, I'm having an awesome day in terms of profits as well. But anyway, yeah.
Nice.
Good
did
day.
You long?
Good day.
Did you take the short just now? What did you do? This market's been all over the place.
No, actually, today gold was paying me, so I was long on gold earlier in the AM session, and I was short on NQ after the market opened. Otherwise, yeah. I didn't do anything since 11, so I'm done. I'm finished. But definitely a good day, at least profit wise. Otherwise as well, because we're here, so it's cool. How's your day?
Well done, man. I'm glad to hear it. Nothing. Like I long for like 2 minutes out the door. One contract, 2 accounts. I got in and got out within a couple of minutes of each other and did absolutely nothing for the rest of the day. My net is down $100. Like after yesterday, I'm just today NVIDIA earnings. I'm like, not gonna deal with it. So I grabbed some at the open and then just closed out. My S&P was up like 100. My Nasdaq was down. Actually, my S&P was up 169. My Nasdaq was down 270. So I net $100 in the red.
That's terrible. $100. It's I don't know how you can handle it. That's terrible, man.
I like to be like known as a person that's just an expert at staying away from tight, squeezy BS markets, which is great because it looks like we've been selling off since I emerged from below my desk, and this is good. I could have been long and upside down big time now. So
I was actually thinking if ES is gonna make a new high or not, because we have that 6,500 so close, and
Yeah.
and I don't know. What do you think? Is it gonna go higher? Maybe. Well, I don't know.
It all hinges on NVIDIA earnings. It's such a big deal, as a lot of the tech earnings have been beating expectations. The question is, how good is NVIDIA going to do? It's such a big part of the NASDAQ. It's such a big part of the S&P. All hinges on that today. And VIX is like riding such a fine line of a breakpoint where it can go any direction. Big, right?
Is there somewhere or someplace, website or news feed or whatever, is it even a good idea to somehow follow up with this magical 7 tech companies, like follow their reports, or I don't know, is it helping to trade the NASDAQ or S&P, or is it worth to dive into the fundamentals of that magic 7, or I don't know what to do?
That's a good question. I think personally, anytime you trade anything, you should have at least a grasp of what the fundamentals are. At least for NASDAQ trading, all of the big tech companies are going to be pretty much the NASDAQ and NVIDIA are like exactly the same. And so NASDAQ is NVIDIA for the most part. And you have to think about, understanding some of it. But then again, it comes down to the realm of stock picking. It's not, fundamentals don't really help you with entries, exits, nothing. Good news may sell off, bad news may rally. Fundamentals, I always feel like when it comes to day trading, are such a crapshoot on your day-to-day understanding. Yeah. It's more just like I should use fundamentals to pick a side, not like how bullish am I or how bearish am I. It's more like 50-50. Do I tilt one way or the other? It's just like a black and white decision. Are the fundamentals bad? Okay, then over time it's going down. Maybe not today or next week, but so I usually don't really factor fundamentals into my day trading, but it is not a bad idea to at least kind of have a grasp of,
I mean, I've been told by someone who I know in person who trades only with fundamentals, and he told me that it's good. Obviously, he's biased because he's trading fundamentals, but I've been also told that it's almost the same like in technicals. Like we're technical traders most likely here, but if you have a narrative of a certain stock or the market itself, like we have different aspects of a specific chart. You see different levels, maybe different zones, whatever it is that you're looking for. The same goes for fundamentals, I've been told. Like there could be like a dozen or multiple dozen of narratives, including just one stock. So one investor is saying like, this is why NVIDIA will go up because this and this and this, and the other is going to do the opposite thing, like say the opposite thing. So there's like lots of stories behind this, and that's why it's just hard to pick a narrative. But anyway, I don't know.
Right. And I think that you're right, because in all honesty, what might be good news to somebody else is good news to one person could be bad news to somebody else because of the time frame. Somebody could say, the company is investing a lot of money into this new facility. Their balance sheet's going to be low for the next quarter. They're not going to have as much profit. But then somebody else can say, yeah, but that's bullish 2 years from now because they're going to create more stuff. But then someone can say, yeah, but are they going to make the sales? Do they have the customers? And then even with something that happens, there's a debate whether it's good or bad. So fundamentals, it's kind of like you're gambling on the effectiveness of large macro or large microeconomic changes in a company. And I don't understand how somebody day trades with fundamentals. I think stock picking for one thing, or invest in the long term.
Yeah.
Never really seen fundamentals make a lot of sense, because I've seen, like, you guys remember Apple and Amazon earnings back day. That was the day the NASDAQ was like collapsing out like this, and we'd broken. It was that Thursday, and we broke all those key levels, and then Friday tanked. Remember? Yeah. And Apple beat earnings, and it was like pop, and then sold off. And the Amazon beat earnings, and it was like pop and sold off. So I'm like, how does that even help you as a trader? Like, it doesn't even do anything sometimes. So it's, to me, it's more of a crapshoot than anything, I feel like. So
I agree. Yeah, I think so too. I think so.
Yeah.
All right, everybody. Chat, I want to say thank you so much for the positive vibes and for the good conversations here. I wish everybody a great rest of the day. And obviously to you, Matt, have a great session. It's always good to have a small conversation here. You have lots of information. Everybody stick around, listen to Matt. So Matt,
I know, man, if you're ever in Texas, or I'm ever out your way, we got to meet up in a bar and have a conversation for longer than 3 minutes,
Listen,
it's to know each other sometimes.
Believe it or not, going to Texas is on my bucket list.
Hell yeah, man. It's a good place. It's fun.
Definitely. I want to go there. Definitely. For sure.
Yeah.
All right.
Awesome, man. Well, take it
All
easy,
right.
man. Have a good day, Tom. Everybody say
Have a
bye
good
to Tom.
session.
Throw some doves in chat, guys.
Cheers, everyone. Cheers.
Our let's go. Yeah. So let's see if they get my photo. There we go. Yeah, Tom and I are friends in 3-minute bursts. Like, you know, it's so funny to have conversations with every like 3 minutes, and then over time, it's like adds up to like one full conversation. Never heard that bucket list before. Texas is cool though. At least we'll tell you if you've never been, for a bunch of reasons. If you go, Texas is the only state you can go to in the United States where you go throughout the state, you're going in different countries. Let me explain. Texas, right? And now I am going to get yelled at by anybody that's Texan because I can't draw the state to save my fucking life. I always forget what this part looks like. That's close enough. All right. Here's where Houston is, right? Houston is like a Chicago, like a New York. It's just a big city. Dallas is suburbs. San Antonio is also, I never really knew this, but San Antonio is like the 6th or 7th largest city in the country. Didn't even know that until I went there and they told me that on some thing I went to. So San Antonio is like visiting it's very Mexican heritage. So like everything around the San Antonio area is gonna be it's like almost like very Mexican inspired. In between San Antonio and Dallas, you've got Austin right here, which is like a mix of all kind of things. Below Austin, there's areas that are just like Germany. It's German settlement towns, Fredericksburg, New Braunfels. You literally are like walking into like a little European village with sausage making shops and stuff. It's insane. You go out east, it's very much like country, the Louisiana culture. Up north is like where you think of like the South or the deep South. This is where you go up to like this part of Texas, the Texarkana sort of area. You get kind of like the, you know, like King of the Hill, like the cartoon, kind of that northeastern sort of Texas. And then out west is like all ranch and like, I mean, so you can go anywhere in Texas and it's like a different vacation in different places. Kind of cool. It's their cultures, cultural diversity in like different places. Even in Houston itself, I mean, it's like you can drive from one side of Houston to the other. We've got an area that's the size of an entire city that all the street signs are written in Chinese and Vietnamese. It's like it's like a whole different country and west side of Houston. So super cool. A lot of stuff you can do. It's not like the most exciting place as far as like nature goes. I mean, it's like a flat sort of state with no mountains, no snow. The ocean's kind of okay. But as far as like experiencing a bunch of different cultures and foods and little experiences, it's kind of neat. Texas is kind of a cool place to go. Nobody ever is like, I want to go sightseeing in Texas. Other than Big Bend, I don't think we really have like much of a sightseeing. There's not much to see out here. It's just like, yeah, out east, Cajun country, where my family's from, East Texas. Oh yeah, Beaumont has a lot of Cajuns. Yeah, that's where my family were Cajuns, so that's where we came through, that area of town. But yeah. So, anyways, yeah, it's pretty neat. Dallas is more like a let's say. Dallas is like a city of suburbs. It really just is like just a sprawled out. There's so much to do up there. Down here, so somebody said down here, they call it Chinatown, but they have that in every major city, but that's false. What do you mean? Oh, well, down here, what they call Chinatown down here is actually huge. Like it's really not just Chinese. It's more like every single there's like in Houston, they call it Little India, but there's a place where it's just like Indian restaurants left and right. It's my favorite food is Indian food. And it's just like, I love going down that area. Then a little bit out west is like all Chinese, Vietnamese, and a little bit up north is all Korean. And you basically are driving, it's like driving through multiple countries. And it's pretty cool. I like the way Houston feels. And most major cities are kind of like that, but Houston is very cool. And Houston has Viet Cajun cuisine because that was invented down here. If you guys are like crawfish, like I do, that's my favorite thing. I mean, I'm Cajun, Idox Viet, so we both love getting crawfish. That's one of our favorite things to do. Yeah, Houston's a pretty cool place. So you had an argument with a fellow Mexican friend in Texas where he's trying to tell you a burrito and taco are the same thing. I said, is a calzone pizza? What do you think, chat? So is a calzone a pizza? Oh, so is a burrito a taco? Well, it depends on how you define. I've had an argument with somebody, is a taco a sandwich? So this is a funny like debate that people have. Do you guys think a taco is a sandwich? Now, what defines a sandwich, right, is two pieces of bread or two things with meat in the middle. So is a taco technically a sandwich? And is a taco a burrito? So what defines a burrito? That the enclosure wraps completely around the meat, or not, right? So a burrito is not a taco. Okay. Today, no trades today. I made one in and out on stream. I'm down $100 in 2 accounts, 1 contract. I got in, and within a couple minutes, I said I'm going to sit out today, and I've sat out today. Done nothing. So I haven't done any trades. Nothing. Actually, I forgot that I had this on my screen. This is some image somebody made of Market Wizard Matt. So I have this magic ability to sense flat, choppy, go nowhere markets, and I avoid danger pretty well. But yeah, nothing today. It's basically I'm net minus $100. That's it. Why didn't I trade? Aha, the question of the hour. Okay, so let's do a couple of things. Number one, I have a couple of things I look at. You guys know my Magic VIX number. Hold on. Does anybody remember off the top of their head what that number is? Before I show you, I tell you this every day on VIX Futures. Do you like the market leprechaun version of Matt? 1692. I love it. Okay, you guys are so smart. You got to give Chroma a prize for knowing that. 16.9, right? VIX Futures. And this is the level we've been hugging at. Good job, you guys. I'm actually very proud that y'all remember that, unless you saw it on the screen. But look at this. We've been hugging that key level where the VIX can start to trend from here. So being here, I've been cautious the last 3 days anyways. Being here, I loaded up on puts last week. And at the end of today, if NVIDIA earnings pop us up, I'm going to buy puts as well. Problem is, I think NVIDIA earnings are going to be after the options market closes, because it closes at 5:15. So I might be able to just buy my puts tomorrow just to have the puts I did get to hedge are 550 puts a month out on QQQ. It doesn't mean I'm bearish. It means I'm certainly got insurance under my feet in case the market does sell off while I'm still longing. Remember, I had a 12K day yesterday. Yesterday was fantastic. I don't know if you guys knew on MyFunded TV, I had 12K by the end of the day. It's probably 7 or 8 by the time I got to stream. So 550 puts are just right here and they're a month out. My first purchase of them were at the end of this green day right here. That's it. And then if NVIDIA pops us up, I'll probably engage in puts one more time, and I might not do 550 at this point. I might do 560. It's just to have insurance underneath me here and here over the course of the month so I can continue to long the market. If I long and I long and I long and I long, then I'll make more than enough to pay for it. If you guys remember, I spent 10K on puts right here, and yesterday alone, I made 12K to pay for it. So totally fine. Now, with that being said, I always get my puts to hedge on days where the market is teasing at possible volatility and selling off. So that's one area that we're at that I have a caution. I never buy them in red. I always wait for the next screen day. Now, this day I bought some puts. They expired worthless for the most part. Actually, I think they expired here. They were only 2 weeks out. These guys are going to be 4 weeks out. And the idea is after big sell-off on the big first dead cat bounce day right there is when I load up. And I load up the last minute of the day. I wait until literally a minute from market closes and I jump in. Just so I don't have to hold on to that theta. Now, because of that, so number one, I'm hedged. Number two, the second reason to hedge is because VIX is on the launch point. This is reason number 2 to hedge. Okay. So when you see this right here, this is the second reason for me to be hedged on the short side. Now, again, I'm still longing the market, but in case the volatility takes off and I blow up all my accounts or whatever, or I take some big losses that day, the puts are going to be more enough to pay out. I put in 10K here, and at the end of today, I'm going to put in 10K more, and then I'll be done. I'll split a 20K hedge. Not a big deal. So why did I sit out today? Well, because VIX is on the edge right there. Number 2 is NVIDIA has earnings today, and NVIDIA is pretty much the market. And right when the market opened, NVIDIA was way above its bounce point on hedge pressure. So I knew that NVIDIA had a lot of room to move, and within a minute, NVIDIA just started falling in the no man's land. And I was like, ugh. So whatever long I had at the door, because NVIDIA was tanking, I decided to get out of the way and not do anything else. And what ended up happening was that the index actually sold off just a little bit, 560 all the way down to about 480. So it's actually pretty happy that I avoided that 80-point sell-off. I was actually super thrilled in chat. I was like longing, NVIDIA started selling and go, I'm out. And the market fell practically flat. And then it rallied here and I didn't do anything. And then it did this and did that. And I still didn't do anything. And the market's back to kind of where we started. This is all B setup if you know me. Plain open and close is B setup. I usually take B setup in strong bull markets, but not questionable flat kind of retracement days, internal days. I have no desire to gamble in this. You know, make enough money to not have to trade every single day. And all of my greater market indicators are bullish. Everything was solid today. Resilience was a little choppy, but S&P was solid all afternoon. So I don't think the market's going to crash out, but I do have a caution on trying to guess and do anything. This was just, imagine, I mean, sitting there, the market fell 80 points and then up 120 and then up another 20 more, right? And then it fell 100 points and then it's back to kind of here. This probably broke a lot of hearts. And I have the ability to just sense that this isn't really a good setup. My A pluses are all down in here. If we would have dipped, I would have grabbed them. Open to close. I mean, it was a flat day anyways. Anytime there's a 40-point distance in NASDAQ, open and close, or a 10-point S&P, I just know it's going to be flat and choppy for the most part. Flat days, I wait for extremes to trade. And this wasn't extreme enough. So if you chase the short or chase the long and you got your ass handed to you, learn that flat days are like this. It's like part of the reason I don't really care to do much. What do you mean I don't have theta? Because I buy at the close. Oh, Kahlua. All right. So theta, right, burns all day. Theta burns in real time. So typically a green day for the most part will usually close without a wick. I discussed that on this channel. So in any day that's trending up or green, like a big market's been selling for a couple of days and you have that big up day in the middle of the sell-off, I never just guess in the middle. I always wait till the end of the day, because as markets are sort of riding up higher like this on a dead cat bounce day, volatility is collapsing, which means premiums are also collapsing. And every moment you're in the trade, you're also losing theta, because I'm going to be buying puts that are out of the money. So I'm losing a little bit of theta as well. So every moment that VIX sort of dries up and every minute the market doesn't fall lower is just premium deterioration. You're losing a little bit of theta and you're losing a big plunge of IV as soon as this goes out. So my idea is I'm trying to get puts at the cheapest, right at the last moment of the day where I have the maximum, wait time of not losing theta, being out of the money, and then the maximum decay of volatility, because usually green days close strong. So therefore the market's likely to pop into close and have that nice solid green candle to buy my puts at the very, like literally a minute before 4:15 is when I buy puts when I'm hedging the downside. Because that green candle is usually green and strong without a wick. Yeah. So when you're buying a put, you're going to lose premium at the rate of theta by being out of the money, which is going to be small because you're out of the money further away from expiration. It's not that big of a deal, but it does save you, a couple percent, 3 to 5% already out the door on that first day. If the market just like pops right at the start of the day and I were to buy the same puts, by the end of the day, if the price went nowhere, they'd be down 2 or 3%, even so, just by not waiting till the end of the day. So I learned to wait till like the very end of the day on a green day. Oh, that I was trying to get theta by buying when markets are closing. Oh, no. I was going to make the depreciation someone else's problem. Yeah. And just get it right at the end of the day. What's my prediction for NVIDIA earnings? Well, most of the stocks have beat earnings lately. Amazon beat earnings, Apple beat earnings, and NVIDIA is kind of a crapshoot, but I have this suspicion NVIDIA is going to beat earnings as well. My thought is that enough to rally the market higher? With the sensitivity of the VIX right now, I think that is enough to have NVIDIA be a substantial move. That's another reason for me to kind of avoid this today, because NVIDIA is going to be a substantial move. So it's hard to understand the gamble, but I know it's going to be a big move. And this is already telling you it's going to be a big move. Hello.
Hi.
Yo. I have a question.
Yes.
Is a taco a sandwich?
A taco? Certainly not. I think a sandwich is defined by having like lettuce and tomato and stuff like that. I guess, depending on the taco. If it's an American taco, then yes. Who asked?
Why a taco isn't a sandwich? Somebody told me once a taco was a sandwich because it's meat inside of two things.
Okay, so is a hot dog a sandwich?
But if you toast your bread, it's a hard shell. So is a sandwich taco.
So is a hot dog a sandwich?
That's another question. Is a hot dog a sandwich?
I don't define it as a sandwich.
Why? Because the bread is connected?
Yes, because it's connected.
So if the bread is connected, then a taco is definitely not a sandwich. But if a hot dog is a sandwich, then the taco is also a sandwich because it's a shell around a meat. A hot dog is a bread shell around a meat.
Okay.
This is the big question.
Eat your sandwich. It's lunchtime.
Is a hot dog a taco? That's the next question.
No, because it's not crunchy.
But if you toasted your bun, then is a hot dog a
Wait,
taco?
But I think like original tacos are not supposed to be crunchy.
No, the original tacos are like in
Soft
tortillas.
flour,
Yeah. So that is the real big question, right? A taco is one thing wrapped around. Okay, so is a hot dog a taco? That's really the last question.
No, because it came from different regions.
Then is a what do they call it? What's the pita with the lamb inside of it? A gyro. Is a gyro a taco? It's a soft taco.
Different region. I'm going to
Is
default to that.
would a gyro be a taco because it's cooked meat inside of a soft shell?
Is this what we're talking about?
Yes.
That's
Also
what I'm getting
Nvidia.
at.
Also Nvidia earnings. Thank you for the sandwich, by
You're
the way.
welcome.
Speaking of sandwich, is this a sandwich? Hell yeah,
Is
it's a
that a
sandwich.
taco?
Is
You
this-
guys define that as a taco?
Is this a
It's not the
taco, you
same.
guys? There we go. For lunch money with Matt today, guys, we're having grilled sandwich bread, avocado. It looks like turkey.
Yes.
Very, very nice. Thank you so much.
Air fryers is no go.
Somebody just said a taco is a taco, a sandwich is a sandwich, and a hot dog is a hot dog. These are joke arguments people have just to have funny debates over the goofiness. It's not really a serious subject material. Souvlaki? Oh, yeah. Okay. So you can get behind calling it an American taco and a Greek taco. There we go. A taco is a crunchy sandwich. Good stuff. Okay. So if you wrap your meat between two things, it's a sandwich. Yeah, by that definition. This is correct. My favorite is a grilled cheese versus a melt debate. So what's the difference between a grilled cheese and a melt? I can eat a grilled cheese like all day long, man. That's like my jam from when I was a kid. When I was sick, my dad would make me a grilled cheese, nothing special, like Mrs. Baird's white bread, like your basic grocery store white bread, on a grilled cheese with American cheese slice, a pickle spear, like a Del Dixie pickle spear, and then a 7-Up and some potato chips. And this is when I was sick. When I was sick home from school, I'd always eat the same thing. It's nostalgic, man. And a soup. Yeah, some kind of soup. Tomato soup or chicken noodle soup or something. The Campbell's from the can. Oh, yeah. Is ketchup a smoothie? Yeah, I've had this goofy debate before as well. Is ketchup a smoothie? Well, technically, tomato's a fruit. A ketchup has fruit, sugar, water in it. So technically, ketchup is a smoothie, right? Because that's what's in a smoothie, right? Fruit and water and sugar. Tomato is a fruit. And actually, we had this conversation the other day. All vegetables are fruits, and a vegetable is actually a lie, by the way. There's no such thing as a vegetable. We used to always think like vegetables have seeds and fruits. So the answer is all things that grow on plants that you eat are fruits. That's actually the horticultural term is a fruit of a plant. Anything that comes out of a flower that you eat turns into fruit. If you have a garden, everything comes from a flower turns into a fruit, right? And they call peppers the fruit of the plant, tomatoes for the plant. So a vegetable is a culinary term for a savory fruit. So technically no scientific definition for vegetable. If you have snobby chef friends will tell you the same thing. Actually, there's no such thing as a vegetable. Like, yeah, I get it. You're a chef. You went to chef school. That's what I taught you. Vegetables are AI. They're fake. You were lied to. So technically, a vegetable is a savory fruit as a culinary distinction rather than a scientific one. There's no scientific definition of vegetable. This is what I heard from my chef friend. So anywho, flowers turn into fruits. And that's the good story there. All right. Yeah, so we have my friends and I definitely have really weird drunk debate topics all the time. It's all a simulation anyway, so who really cares, right? It's all fake. It's not even real. Okay, anyway, so today I got some weird signals out the door. Again, we're just playing between the tight range of the open, overshooting, undershooting sort of thing. It just didn't look like good trades for me, and so I didn't really decide to participate. And that's part of what I'm really good at doing. The market was selling up pretty hard pre-market. That didn't scare me. I actually longed pre-market getting ready for the open. And while it was popping up and spiking, NVIDIA started selling, and I said, yep, we're probably going to take a nosedive. So I basically just pulled out instead of holding through with practically no loss. And then I was ready to long down here my A+ setups at NASDAQ and stuff. Now, the S&P did support key bullish levels, which I could probably take some trades on today. The idea was bull zone bottom is a bull support for the S&P. This is very useful information at the start of the day to know that we are bullish here and bullish here. There's not really any sell-off pressure while the market was selling off midday. I still wasn't jumping in on shorting this. I really think today I want to wait to see if the market defines itself in a non-volatile sense. Anytime VIX is on the edge like this, I'm okay with sitting out. And I'm actually very lucky that I made a big amount of money yesterday, which is totally fine because that's going to pay for the puts. I was longing all day yesterday off of the NASDAQ levels, so it's kind of nice. Anywho, all right, you guys. 33K subs. Let's go. Very nice. Very nice. You guys are awesome. Matt's pullout game. Yeah, I'm the pullout king, baby. That's right. You know it. That's crazy. These guys are growing incredibly credible. You know, and actually, just letting you guys know, I'm like 500 away from 40K myself. So I appreciate you guys also for supporting us and supporting all the streamers here on this channel. You guys I've seen everybody growing, which is so incredible. Lots of good peeps here. So we really thank y'all at MyFunded for helping us grow, for sure. An avocado is a droop. Is that what it's called? A droop? I always forgot the name of that. It's a type of, a droop is something with like a pit in the middle. Right? Like a cherry or like a, I don't know, like a peach, I would say. Apricots have pits in the middle. Maybe, what else has a pit in the middle? Olives have pits? Yeah, olives have pits. Fruit. Where do legumes come from and what are they? Peanut is a legume. I think a legume is something that grows underground with a shell. I think. Hold on. What is a legume? It is a type of fruit or seed from a plant in the Fabaceae family. Beans, peas, lentils. Their roots contain bacteria that take nitrogen from the air, blah, blah, blah. What is, I don't understand the difference though. Peas, lentils, and beans. Okay. All right. Beans, basically. So as I'm talking, looks like S&P is starting to pull back a little bit again. What a weird kind of trading day. And again, I can sniff out days like this from a mile away. VIX is right on the edge of being volatile. This is explaining a lot of this just nonsense that we're seeing here. It's not really trending. It's not going to break out and rally. We've got a big earnings coming up. I think the market is more likely to stay somewhere in the middle rather than to make a big decision now. But you know, it is hinting that there are some buyers, at least for NVIDIA. The original early sellers that came out right out the door. Oh, by the way, I think they're, hold on. Slow mode has been turned on. So it sounds like something might be coming. You guys might want to pay attention. Looks like they're doing something. Oh, there's a form being dropped. All right. So to make it a little bit easier, so not keep the chat sort of like confused about the giveaway stuff, there's a form there. If you guys want to enter this giveaway, I'll show you guys what it looks like. If you click this right here, it looks like they're doing a giveaway of 25 50K scale accounts. Very nice. So what you have to do, you must subscribe to the channel, 1 entry per user. Your email must be the one you used to sign up with MyFundedFutures. You enter twice, you'll be disqualified, I'm sure. And make sure you guys enter the 1 billion giveaway. If you haven't, make sure you guys do that. So go fill this out. Your unique name on YouTube. All right. You do trading with Matt. And then my email address. Well, I'm not entering, but there it is. And then you submit it. It takes 2 seconds and you're good. This is going to make it easy. That way you guys aren't racing for the clock. And those of you clever peeps that are using AI or whatever, y'all aren't out there sort of like, you know, getting a fair advantage. Just makes it fair for everybody. So thank you. Everyone, thank your mods for coming up with this newer concept. The race is fun. Not really. It's not fun for me. I don't even get to play the game. It's annoying for me because I get to hear you guys. Half of y'all like it, half of y'all hate it. I'm just like, let's just, how would it be when you give away something for free and people are still not happy? That's something's right there. But yeah, thank you mods for helping out, making it easy for everybody. And now it's just a random drawing. We're good. And we can get on with the day. They heard you about the giveaway. I know. But I think it's not, you know, MyFunded and me, we're all on the same page. We want you guys to have a fun experience. That's really the whole point here. And YouTube just sucks. It's not our fault. YouTube, I wish like YouTube was built for streamers. You know, YouTube was built for watching videos. So that's it. And then Twitch came around and everybody was streaming and having a great time. And Twitch was like, oh, let's allow all these APIs to interact with the user lists and stuff. And all these third-party apps allow you to do all this fun stuff with your community. And YouTube was like, holy crap, we need to compete with streaming. So let's make YouTube live. And then they made streaming, but then they made zero tools for streamers to be able to interact with the community. YouTube absolutely has dropped the ball in the whole streaming world because it's such a nightmare for me to do giveaways. There's not a lot you can really do to interact with your community on YouTube. Google just never built it, and I never really realized why they didn't do it. There's so much potential there. I like to go in there and say, hey, YouTube, hey, Google AI, can you choose 50 random people that are in my chat right now to give something to and write their names in chat? And they can say, sure, here it is. Send them an email. But technology isn't cut up with that. So until then, we got to kind of be clever with how we do the giveaways. But at least with the form, it makes it fair. You guys type in the email, which is great. They'll probably email you guys a code or something, and you're good. Yeah, thank you, MyFunded. Everybody's saying thank you in chat. They kind of like this. This is good. So make sure not just the first 25 is random. Yeah, it'll probably be random. I'm sure it's pretty easy. What I do when I do my giveaways with forms, it's pretty simple. You can grab you can basically convert all the entries into a Google Sheet, copy and paste all the names, throw in the chat GPT and say, chat GPT, pick 25 people. And that's it. Or you can have the form just email people as well, straight from the form. So kind of neat how that works. Okay. You were fast for nothing. Yeah. So cool beans. Really appreciate that. Cool. It seems a little bit friendlier. Chat GPT can do that. Tim, Chat GPT can do anything. I don't know how you can do it. But anyways, thank you guys for all of that. This is really nice. Y'all listen to us. Y'all listen to the community here. Now some people hopefully will have a little bit more fun with the giveaways. Make it a little bit easier. So right now they're doing, they dropped the form in chat. Abby posted, scroll up in chat if you want to enter it. There's two things. Number one, they're doing a 25 account giveaway. And number two is you guys got to enter the 1 billion giveaway thing as well. It's MFFU.com/billion. And when you go there, there's 20,000 people are going to win a 50K account, a core account for $1. So essentially 20,000 of you are going to get a $1 account, which is crazy because there's only like 10,000 people to watch a stream. So it's a very high odds. Probability is very high that you might win this for $1. So an account for $1 is great. So don't not enter the billion thing. You entered. How do you tell the winners? You'll get email. I'm sure you'll get emailed a code if you won. So that's how it's going to work. Somebody said, please, sir, can I borrow $1? Yeah, I'll give you $1. I'll send you, but I have to put on layaway. It's, I didn't make much today. I'm down $100. So I'll have to send you a penny every year for 100 years. And then you'll have your $1 by the end of the year. So somebody said, correct, Matt. They'll be emailing the winners. Yep, that's very simple. So check your email inbox. I'll let you guys know. Very, very, very cool. Matt needs that business loan. Yeah, with a guy, I asked the guy, I had a business loan call on my stream yesterday, and somebody asked me, and it's kind of a running gag because I get random spam calls like 20 times a day, and I pick it up, and half the time it's like a business loan company. Hi, I'd like to talk to the business owner, and I usually just ask for ridiculous things. And one time I was like, this guy, I go, hey, I need a loan for like $60. I had a bad trading day, and I just need to order some DoorDash. Can I get it in like a 5-year payoff? And he was like, well, actually, I'll send you $60. Just give me your bank account. And then he hung up. So he probably chuckled at that. I was just having fun with the guy. But yeah, every single day. Some of them sound sketchy, like they're gonna break my legs if I don't pay the loan off or whatever, but it's really funny. All right. So today, I don't think we get a whoosh fan today, Johnny, because today is the day where market is just sort of kind of gonna play a random cards sort of dealing. It's not bearish enough, but it's not bullish enough either for me to want to take it higher from here. The resilience number is bouncing all over the place because of two reasons. Number one is the market is flat. It's a flat open. And number two, stocks like NVIDIA are sitting right on the edge. And that's causing this to be choppy. NVIDIA sitting at its half gap, it makes it a crapshoot. This is literally what I anticipate at the beginning of the day, was that once NVIDIA dropped here, I'm like, I'm out for the day. I'm just going to let it chill. And now it's sort of playing inside of that flat zone. This is what you hate as a trader. Whereas it's positive, negative, positive, negative. We have no confluence at all. Whatever you choose to do here, guys, is a 100% dice roll. There is no momentum. There's no anything. And with earnings at the end of the day, NVIDIA's earnings today are going to be huge. Okay. The market is hinging on some kind of event. We have, the Fed has told us they're going to rescue the stock market. This is what we dealt with, right? The Fed was absolutely going to do nothing as we thought the tariffs are going to prevent them from cutting rates. However, Jay Powell came through and flipped the script on Friday after Jackson Hole and told everybody, I know you guys thought we weren't going to cut rates, because inflation's high, and psych, we are. Well, because we don't care about inflation anymore. We determined it's just temporary. So we'll probably be okay in a couple of years. We're probably going to cut rates anyways. This is what, if you read between the lines, exactly what Jay Powell was saying. We're going to cut rates anyways, probably more often than you think, but inflation's short term. And then everybody's like, what? He's like, yeah, the dual mandate thing. Yeah, we can't risk the labor market, creating a problem. If we don't do anything fast enough, the market's going to crash and people are going to get laid off, and they have high unemployment, high inflation. Nobody wants to get a job. Participation rate is low. So now companies have to charge ridiculous salaries to get people to entice them to come into work. And production is going to be slow, and prices are going to be high, and the economy is going to start to turn into a bear market. If we don't cut rates fast enough, we can fall into a bear market. And then it's stagflation. And we got to bail you guys out later with a bigger problem. So inflation, 4%, who cares? The whole 2% rhetoric out the door. It's more like, we don't care anymore. We're going to cut rates anyways, right? So when Powell said that, we kind of went immediately out of this and popped right back up to stabilize. Now we're in the middle of a range. And now because of this, the market is like back to being, okay, we got the Fed on our side again. No more bearishness. But NVIDIA, right, is going to be huge. Whatever NVIDIA ends up delivering, I think today is going to be massive. I don't know if we're going to be breaking ranges, but it's very possible. I mean, the market needs something to happen. The VIX is on the edge of volatility, which means it could be as much as a big freaking move. It could be much as a dud. Right here, when VIX is above key levels, the market's a little more sensitive to catalysts than normal. It could be very much that NVIDIA can move with a wide expected range. So I'm kind of on the fence, and the market's in the middle. I don't really care. So what I'm going to do is stay the course of being bullish and just have some puts underneath me in case the market dies. Simple as that. I'm playing both sides. I'm playing volatility, right? And the market being on the edge here, it's really hard to guess. Like if you were to tell me, Matt, you need to guess, okay, I'm going to stay bullish, right? Easy enough. But actionability, it's easy to know that the market may not be actionable. And had I tried to chase along and got squeezed and chased along, it's like, it's not really good play. And I can see that at the start of the day. You can choose to easily stay away from it. Yep. All right. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, MFFU mods. Yeah, of course. You guys got it. I love y'all. We're glad to do awesome giveaways for you guys. I can't say it because they pay me to tell you I love you. No, they don't tell me to tell you. They pay me to tell you guys I hate you. To shape you guys up as traders. Be hard on y'all. No, I appreciate it, but thank you. Akib says, I love you back. Thank you, bro. Appreciate it. When do you send the emails out? It'll probably later. Just pay attention. You guys they'll be patient. They just did the giveaway. It's going to take a little bit of time. Give them a minute. Matt, it's my Wall Street informant. I'm Blue Horseshoe. I'm the guy that calls you to let you give you the inside scoop. Blue Horseshoe says NVIDIA earnings can be crazy. Let's go. Yep. Not really too big of a no more for today. Yeah, no more for today, guys. It's over. Yeah. All right. So I'm curious if you guys did any trades today. Did you guys take anything? Was today a hard day for some of y'all? This is also what I want to know about days like this. I could kind of tell at the start of the day it was going to be a hard day, so I didn't do much. But was this a hard day for some of you guys? That's what I want to know. Did y'all have a hard time with this market? What's my favorite gin drink? I definitely like, my favorite gin drink that I do make is a grapefruit gin and tonic. The way that I make it is I make my own grapefruit simple syrup with grapefruit and zest from a whole entire grapefruit. So it's really bitter and really, really sweet at the same time. And so I make my own very concentrated grapefruit simple syrup. And I make a straight up regular gin and tonic with a splash of that syrup for sweetness. Pretty good. But yeah, gin and tonic. Really, really good. And the elderflower gin and the tonic is what goes really well with it as well. Squirt and gin. Yeah, that sounds, yeah, it's pretty much like a squirt and gin actually in a way. I never heard of a salty dog. What is that? My favorite drink is probably a yuzu sour or a paper plane. So yuzu sour is a really good drink I also make. It's bourbon, star anise flavored simple syrup. So I do simple syrup with star anise in it. It's licorice flavored. So bourbon, that simple syrup. Sinar, which is like a kind of artichoke sweet herbal bitter liqueur, and then yuzu juice. And it's hands down, it's like a Japanese whiskey sour in a way. So good, so good. It's like one of my favorite drinks. And then a paper plane. Everybody knows that. It's pretty simple to make. Those are my drinks of choice. You had an old fashioned for the first time. It's absolutely terrible. Old fashioned is not for everybody. I'm not an old fashioned fan either. I know it's a popular drink, but I've never liked old fashioned. The flavors never just jived with me. And unless you make them perfectly, they're really bad. If there's too much whiskey, it's really bad. If there's too much sweetness, it's really bad. An old fashioned must be like perfectly balanced, and it has to have the perfect aroma, like wipe the orange peel inside of the glass where you smell the orange while you're drinking it. And if it's not balanced perfectly, an old fashioned's horrible drink. Terrible. My favorite kind of food, I like Indian food. I like spicy, flavorful stuff. Indian food, anything like that is good. I like all kind of food though. I've never had a green tea shot. What is that? Rum old fashioned. Never had one of those either. There's no such thing as too much whiskey. Yeah. But like I said, if it like whiskey tastes very bad with a little bit of orange in it. It has to have the perfect amount. Like when I've had one old fashioned that I like that was perfectly balanced, and I was like, whoa, it's not like it's like perfect harmony. And it was such a beautiful flavor. It was so good. But then every other time I go, I'm like, bleh. It's like a lot of whiskey and a little orange. It's like orange juice and toothpaste or something that makes me just go, bleh. So if it's done wrong. So, but paper plane you can't mess up because it's equal parts of all the things that go into it. It's pretty good. But I like drinking whiskey straight up. Like that's how I like it. I drink it neat with add a little bit of water to it, and that's pretty how much I do it. But if you add just like a little bit of orange flavor and it's like just a tiny little bit, not the right amount, it makes the whiskey taste bad. So yeah. But that is it. But gin and tonic is good, yeah. I don't really drink a lot also, by the way. I know it sounds like I do, but I actually really don't. I mostly like, especially IDOC and I, if we ever go to a restaurant, we'll split a drink and then we still won't finish it. We sort of just don't really, we don't drink that much. Giveaway real quick. So Haji, so what they do is every once in a while on the stream, you have to be present in the stream. They'll do a surprise giveaway. So it means you have to be here. You have to be present. They'll drop a link in chat. If you're here fast enough, you enter the contest by going to the link, and there's instructions when you get there on how to enter. And then there's just a giveaway, free accounts. And so every day on their stream, I also do the same thing on mine. Just, rewarding you guys for just being loyal and being fans of the show and fans of the stream with free stuff. Somebody said, why not have a separate futures account to go short futures as your hedge account instead of buying puts and dealing with the theta decay? Right. So at the end of the day, it doesn't make sense to long futures and short futures at the same time. You're washing your trades out. The leveraging on options is the reason to do so. If the market falls to that level, Ray, the options play is 10 to 20x. The leverage you get from it, you're correct about everything you said, Ray. It's a very, very, very good question. Two benefits. What are the benefits, right? The problem with the options is, yes, there's decay. There's all the hard parameters of Greeks that can add to like the loss of the trade. There's also the higher taxes, right? Because of short-term capital gains. So why do it? Two reasons. Number one is the leverage is a little bit more in futures. If I'm trying to long the market and the market collapses and I'm short in another account, then they wash out. But if I lose with the amount of futures I'm trading 2 or 3 contracts and I lose $2,000 to $3,000 in that particular trade, the option will go up 6 to 7 or 8,000 on a big crash day that blasts through all my key levels, because the options is going to be very leveraged because they're out of the money. The out of the money aspect of the options mean if they do strike in or near the money, I've 10x or 20x my bet. I'm not 20xing a futures account in a single trade. Absolutely not. But the risk to the downside is 100% loss if I'm wrong, which is totally fine. Now, the other benefit to that is that options don't require you to be as accurate on price. Only really timing is the most important part of an option. So as the market is sort of like, we trade off, we popped up here, I'm going to add some options here. And then in a week, if the market's still volatile in the same spot, I'm going to add one more trade and then basically hold on to it. It doesn't matter what the market does. In the meantime, I'm never squeezed out of the position with that amount of leverage. If you lever up in a futures account, you can hit stop losses and lose everything before you're right. Because if you do lever up in a futures account to that degree, you can stop out and then not make anything if you were right. In an options account, if you buy on a cash account, you are 100% invested, and then you can go along for the ride. You never get stopped out of that position. So as a hedge, that's what makes options great, is because what you invest is yours until the end. You don't get a margin call in a cash account. So if you do cash only hedging with a margin account, without a margin account, then you're good. So I don't have to be as accurate on price. I don't have to be as accurate on getting in at the right spot in the daytime like a day trade, and I won't ever get a margin call. So I can hold on to it to the end. So that's the reason to do it. And I do the same thing when markets are selling off, like after COVID, markets crashing or whatever, and then the market's sort of bouncing inside of here. Or not, sorry, COVID. In March, right, when the market died out due to the tariffs. Market crashed out in that very big Trump day that we had when he reversed everything in a way. Market went up like this. The very next day, the market dove. I bought options for a month out, just bought calls. That way I could just hold through it and not have to think about it again. Those calls are mine until the end. No margin call, no nothing. The market can go up, can go down, and I'm totally fine. In a futures account, I'd have to leverage up higher for it to be an adequate hedge. So the way that this works is I'm not, and actually, point number 3 is I'm hedging prop accounts. Now this goes into a little bit of the prop mathematics that most kind of like mathematicians understand, that your actual advantage that you have in the prop industry is that your risk is actually much lower. I'm not hedging my real futures account. I'm hedging my prop accounts. Imagine that I have, and I'm gonna give you an example, 10 prop accounts that I paid $500 a piece for, okay? My risk is $5,000, period. That's almost like an options trade. That $5,000 is mine until I blow up all these accounts one at a time. So all that I put into the futures trade is $5,000. Now that will be taxed to 99 because they're prop firm payouts, but I'm in $5,000. And as the market is falling and I have multiple pivots to play at, and they're all really strong candidates to long at, if I long here and it breaks and I blow up one account, I've lost $500. If it longs there and it breaks, I lost another $500. If it long here and I break and I blow up a third one, I've lost $500. I'm not losing much on the prop side. My risk is only $500. My upside return is possibly infinity if the market continues to go higher. I can make unlimited gains on a reward to risk ratio just in props by themselves. That's what makes props so fun to do. Your downside risk is very low and your upside risk is uncapped, right? Just depends on your performance. So the idea is my downside risk is just the cost of my prop accounts. And in my prop accounts, I managed to gain even yesterday at a $12,000 day in prop funded accounts. So that's going to be a payout to me at some point. I've spent $10,000 in options. So one day of prop trading with a simple $5,000 total in the pot investment gave me $12,000 in a single day, and 10,000 of that bought puts. So one day of trading bought me some insurance. My total invested amount of money is 15 grand. That's it. If the market crashes, I'm going to make 50 grand. Maybe. If the market rallies, I can make 5 to 10 grand a day on a nice rally day. So because I'm levering up my reward to risk ratio extremely high because the input into a prop is very low, I take the prop returns I make in just only certain areas. When the market looks like it's going to collapse, I'll buy some options with it. So essentially, I've got a trade in both directions with a little bit of investment on either side. It's a very brilliant way to hedge. I wouldn't be hedging my real futures account with this because the hedge return is not as much as the risk into the futures account. It's not that much of a gain. It'll offset some losses, yes, but I'm be leveraging equally because they're both capital risk accounts. Prop account, there's no capital risk to me. There's no risk to me other than my initial investment. So that's another reason to, and then every day I just continue to long the market at key pivots. Today, we didn't hit a key pivot, so I didn't take the long. And if the market were to fall to my key pivots, these are 90%ers, what I call them, my 90s. 90% pretty much same side close. If the market breaks a 90% pivot, it's going to collapse. So at the point of collapse is where I want to long to take my long risk in my prop accounts. If the market fails both of these, it's a devastating crash and my options just move like that. So that's pretty much the reason to swing trade a hedge with options rather than counter the risk with a futures trade. Had I go and lever up in futures and I'm shorting the futures market while trying to long my props, I could do that. But I run the risk of the futures running out of the way and then me stopping out and blowing up that hedge account. There is infinite downside risk in a margin account with futures. It's not like I can just buy a contract and hold on forever. To get the leverage I want, I risk blowing up the account. So with options, it's all in, one and done. The options are yours until they close. You never get stopped out of the options. There's no margin call in options if you buy with pure cash. So does that make sense, you guys? And since when you're swing trading, you don't have to be super accurate about exactly the price. You're betting on a point in the future. So it's not like you have to get the pivot exactly right. You're just kind of betting on, okay, this is the day I want to get the options, right? And so this is why I'm leveraging prop accounts with it. So worst case scenario, if the market goes nowhere, then I make maybe a little bit of money on my longing in the futures of my prop accounts. If the market sort of like slowly dies but doesn't hit the strike of the puts, then I lose in both sides. So the only downside risk I have really is if the market chops down slowly. We're sort of trading right here. My put options are there and I'm going to be longing every day. So what if I long and lose and long and lose and long and lose and long and lose and then the puts never strike? Then I've lost both trades. That's the losing case. If the market stays flat to up, I'm winning from longing. I've already paid for my puts, by the way. If the market rallies, I'm winning from longing. If the market nosedives, I win from longing. So it's just the tiny little range that I lose over the next month. And I'm not going to really lose that much. And the options only cost me, $10,000, and the futures accounts only cost me like $5,000 or whatever it was. So I'm pretty much hedged with the fixed loss because that's the total loss, the fixed amount into the props, the fixed amount for the options. That's it. Once I figured out I could do this, it's a brilliant way to trade. I did the same thing when the market crashed. Market went up like this, and then I bought calls, and I made 50 grand on those calls. The market just moved up on it. So now I don't normally short the market, but I'm covered here. My strike is 550 a month out. So if the market just slowly dies like this in a month, I maybe will not pull ahead. But the worst case scenario is I lose all the props and lose the options. I'm down 15K. Whatever. I get 70K payouts this month. I'm good. So very inexpensive way to take leverage bets. The risk is all on the prop firm if I win, and the risk is all on someone else, not me. I don't really lose much. It's a fixed loss, which is kind of neat. So that's it. Yeah, I wouldn't be trading a real futures account this way. So you see, I'm passing the risk onto the prop firms, right? It's their risk if I win, not mine. I have a fixed loss in that trade. This is why you guys come here. I teach you guys the good stuff. And I don't normally hedge all the time. It's only when I start getting weird signals in the market or market can possibly be volatile. That's where we are right now. And so here, 1692 is the edge of launch point that I want to be careful at. And this is the only reason I'm like, well, we're here and the market's pulling back a little bit and we're on the edge. Let me just in case. So it's only the second time I bought puts in probably 2 years, maybe even longer. I think I bought puts in a while. That's basically it. Alrighty, you guys. That's a great question. And the idea that with options you can swing trade means that you can just kind of sit on them and hold them in cash account only, like no margin account or anything. Like I'm putting in 100% real cash, so I can't. There's no margin call. They won't sell some of my position if it loses their amount of value. So that's basically it. What do you do? Is it possible to trade micro with only $300 and $500? Well, yeah, it is, because the margin requirement of a micros contract is roughly, let me see, one NASDAQ micro is probably $2,000 margin requirement. But discount brokers will usually charge you $50 or so per micro contract to trade. Is it possible to trade micro? And it's not investment advice because you're asking a real trading question. But to answer your question, yes, it is possible to trade with $500, just trade a micro. But if you didn't know, there's also an exchange, Peter. The Ferex exchange, I think, is still around. They let you trade something called a nano. If it's still a thing, nanos are even a subdivision of a micro. So a nano, I think, is like 1/10 of a micro, which allows you to trade with like $5 instead of $50. So if you're trading with a couple $100, if Ferex is still a thing, which I don't know if it was, but there used to be nano futures back in the day. So Google that and see if that's there. It's for people to, make a couple dollars a day and just kind of get your feet wet there. Check it out. I don't know if it's still liquid, if it's still even a thing, but I remember like 10 years ago, it was a thing. Maybe 5 years ago. Nano futures are still around. Oh, cool. Yeah, I guess they still are. And I don't know, are they liquid? That was my one question about it, because it's such a interesting market. And they have the nano, I think it was Ferex, and the products they had were called like the Bloomberg 100 and the Bloomberg 500 and the Super Tech 100 or something like that, which were mirror images of S&P and NASDAQ. The small exchange is an option too. Yeah, it looks like the guys in chat have some information for it. But yeah, nano is something a lot of people didn't know about. So a nano is 1/10 of a micro, which is kind of neat. So imagine with the micro, one micro contract that goes up and down, NASDAQ goes up 40 points. A micro contract, you'll be up and down $80. A mini, you're up and down $800. A nano, you're up and down $8. So with a $300 to $500 account, $8 is like between 1% and 2%. That's might be more palatable for traders with small accounts to trade with. The micro, you'll be taking a little bit more risk, obviously. That's like 15% of your account in a single day. Might be too rich for some people's blood, but yeah. So the option is there. They created that for that particular purpose. Yep. So guys, oh crap. I didn't realize. It's time to go. We've done a lot today on the stream. Not a lot of trading, a lot of talking, a lot of chatting. Talked about hedging. We solved the debate. Is a hot dog a sandwich and is a taco a sandwich? We talked about taking road trips to Texas and how beautiful the landscape is over here. We give you guys a nice little giveaway of 25 accounts, which is awesome. We're glad to have you guys here. Make sure y'all enter the billion contest. Remember, the odds are extremely high you're going to win this thing. 20,000 winners of a 50K account at $1 a piece means you're probably got a good chance of winning, because only 10,000 something people watch this show to begin with. The odds are extremely high, so make sure you go to MFFU.com//billion and enter it. So it takes 1 second to click that link and 2 seconds to enter it. You guys are able to figure out how to do it and enter that thing. So thank you guys for being here. Thank you, MyFundedTV. It looks like we're almost close to on the path to getting close to 40K subs over here on this channel. Just rounded 30K this week. Very nice. I'm like 500 subs away on my channel from 40K. So I'm really excited, you guys. Y'all can come hang out with us for the rest of the day. We're doing a giveaway and our songwriting contest ends today. And I'll see if there's any trading, but we'll stream all the way through NVIDIA earnings and watch together. So come over to my stream today and we'll see you guys later. I'm out. Have a good day. We'll see y'all tomorrow morning, same time. And have a great day, guys.
Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle move, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunts, snipers in the dark. Stop loss graves marked by the market shark. Order block sermons, preaching through the pain. Catch the ICT code, ride the profit train.